Welcome, sleepy travelers. Tonight we journey through the desert world of Arrakis, where the spice melange flows and ancient tales await. Join us as we explore the wonders of Dune and let these stories carry you gently towards sleep. After our story ends, you'll hear the peaceful sounds of crackling fire to help you drift into deep sleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just continuous, calming sounds to accompany your rest. Now, let's begin our journey across the sands of Dune. The golden light of twin suns crept slowly over the dusty horizon, painting long shadows across the endless dune sea. The air still held the night's coolness, a precious gift that would vanish as the day grew older. Young Taran stood at the edge of the sietch entrance, his small fingers adjusting the moisture seals of his child-sized stillsuit with careful precision. Today was his first sand walk. For generations beyond counting, the Fremen children of Arrakis had undertaken this sacred rite of passage. Not as dangerous as the later trials that would come with adolescence and adulthood, but important nonetheless, the first step toward truly becoming one with the desert. It was the day a child would learn to move across the open sands without summoning the great makers from below. "Are you ready, little mouse?" came a soft voice behind him. Taran turned to see his cousin Jael, 7 years his senior and already respected among the young water-bearers of the sietch. Her blue-within blue eyes crinkled with kindness as she knelt beside him. "I'm not scared," Tahan insisted, though his voice wavered just slightly. "Fear is the mind killer," Jael recited, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "But a touch of worry? That's just wisdom whispering. Listen to it, respect it, then let it pass through you." 2 other figures emerged from the shadowed entrance of the sietch. One was Taran's friend Linar, a girl his own age with dark braided hair and curious eyes that seemed to capture every detail. The other was Shadiq, an elder whose exact age no one knew. His weathered face bore the deep lines of countless desert journeys, and he walked with the perfect rhythm of a true Fremen, one who had crossed the open desert more times than there were stars in the night sky. Shadiq carried nothing but a small thumper device and a water skin. He nodded to Taran but offered no words of encouragement or instruction. The old ones believed that too much talk before a ceremony diminished its power. The desert would do the teaching today. "Come," was all he said, and began walking toward the vast expanse of sand. The 4 of them descended the rocky path that led away from the hidden sietch. Taran's heart beat quickly beneath his stillsuit, but the familiar weight of his crysknife, not yet a real one, but a wooden training blade that all children carried, gave him comfort. His mother had tucked a small bundle of spice bread into his pocket that morning, whispering ancient words of protection as she kissed his forehead. "May Shai Hulud guard your footsteps," she had murmured, using the ancient name for the great sandworms. "May your water remain yours until it serves the tribe." The memory of her blessing warmed him as they continued their descent. Tahran recalled how his father had shared stories of his own first sandwalk many seasons ago, speaking of it as the moment he truly understood what it meant to be Fremen. Would Tahran feel the same transformation by day's end? As they reached the edge, where rock gave way to the first true dunes, Shadiq stopped and turned to face them. The dawn light cast half his face in gold and half in shadow. "Before we step onto the singing sands," Shadiq said, his voice low and melodic, "remember what you have been taught. The worms follow rhythm. They feel the drumbeat of footsteps that say, 'Here is food, come quickly.' But they ignore the whispers, the gentle caress of feet that move like wind or water. Lena nodded seriously, but Taran found himself distracted by a tiny desert beetle that had appeared beside his foot. It was iridescent blue, its shell catching the morning light as it methodically climbed over a small pebble. A journey as significant to the beetle as crossing the entire desert would be to Taran. "Taran," JLA prompted gently. "Sorry," he mumbled, looking up from the beetle. "I was just watching him. He's so small, but he's not afraid of the big desert." Shadiq's weathered face softened into the faintest smile. "The desert favors the observant. That is a good sign for your first sandwalk." Carefully, Tarn reached down and allowed the beetle to crawl onto his finger. Its tiny legs tickled his skin as it explored this new territory. "Can I bring him with me?" Turan asked. "For good fortune?" Shadiq considered this for a moment. The ways of the desert are mysterious. Perhaps this small one has been sent as your guide. Taran beamed and carefully transferred the beetle to a small pocket on his stillsuit where it would be protected. "Now," Shadiq continued, "watch first, then follow." The old man stepped onto the sand with movements so fluid they barely seemed to disturb the surface. Each footfall was placed with deliberate care, not in a straight line but in a pattern of subtly varying steps. From a distance it might have looked like a dance, though no Fremen would ever call it such. This was survival, not art, though perhaps on Arrakis the two were not so different. Jael followed next, her movements nearly as graceful as the elders. She paused after several steps and beckoned to the younger children. "Come," she called softly, "remember, like water dances." Lena went first, her small face set with determination. Her steps were more hesitant but followed the pattern well enough. Then it was Tahan's turn. He took a deep breath and placed his foot on the sand. It shifted beneath him, warm and alive. For a moment, panic fluttered in his chest. What if he did it wrong? What if his clumsy feet called a worm from the deep? But then he felt the gentle movement of the beetle in his pocket, and somehow that tiny presence gave him courage. Taran took another step, then another. His first attempts were stiff and awkward, and he couldn't help but giggle nervously as he tried to mimic the flowing movement of the others. "No, like this," Jaylee demonstrated again. "Feel the sand as part of you. Don't fight against it." Taran tried again, focusing on the sensation beneath his feet. The sand wasn't his enemy. It was simply alive in its own way, responding to his presence. With each step, he began to find a rhythm, not regular enough to attract a worm, but natural enough to feel almost like breathing. "Good," Shadiq said, the single word of praise warming Taran more than the rising suns. They continued their journey, moving deeper into the Dune Sea. Shadiq led them along the ridges where the sand was more compact, easier for small feet to navigate. As they walked, the desert came alive with morning light, revealing colors Taran had never noticed before. Not just the endless gold, but hints of amber, rust, and even faint purples where the shadows fell just so. A small dust devil danced in the distance, a slender column of sand spiraling upward before dissipating into nothing. Taran watched, mesmerized by its ephemeral beauty. His people believed such phenomena held spirits of ancestors watching over their descendants. Perhaps his grandfather, who had walked into the deep desert when his water could no longer serve the tribe, was checking on Taran's progress. "Shadiq," Tahan asked after they had been walking for some time, "can the sandworms feel our dreams through the sand when we sleep in the sietch?" The old man didn't answer immediately, considering the question with the seriousness it deserved. "The Great Makers feel much that we do not understand," he finally replied. "They have lived in the deep desert since the beginning of time. Perhaps they know our dreams better than we do ourselves. This answer filled Tahran with wonder rather than fear. He imagined the massive creatures moving through the deep sand, feeling the vibrations of not just footsteps, but thoughts and dreams from above. "Is that why we must learn the worm step?" Lena asked. "So they don't hear our dreams while we're awake?" JL smiled. "That's an interesting thought, but mainly it's so they don't mistake us for prey. The desert is generous to those who respect its ways. When I sleep," Taharan confided, "sometimes I dream I'm a sandworm, swimming through the deep desert, ancient and wise. Is that strange?" "Not strange at all," Shalik replied. "The legends say that in the deepest meditations, our ancestors could sometimes glimpse the world through the senses of Shai Hulud. You have an old soul, perhaps?" Taran pondered this as they continued walking. Could his dreams actually be connecting him to the massive creatures? The thought was both frightening and exhilarating. As the suns climbed higher, the air grew warmer. Taran's stillsuit whispered softly as it processed his sweat, reclaiming the precious moisture his body released. The four travelers paused in the shadow of a tall dune to rest and drink sparingly from their water skins. "Listen," Shadiq instructed as they sat. Taran closed his eyes and opened his ears to the desert. At first he heard nothing but the soft whistle of wind over sand, but as he listened more deeply, other sounds emerged. The subtle shifting of sand grains against each other, the faint buzzing of insects hidden from view, and something else. Something deeper that seemed to come from within the planet itself. "I hear it," he whispered. "The desert is humming." Shadiq nodded approvingly. "The deep sound is what the old ones call the voice of Arrakis. Few hear it on their first sandwalk." Pride swelled in Taran's chest. He looked over at Lina to see if she had heard it too, but she was focused on drawing patterns in the sand with her finger, her head tilted in concentration. "What are you making?" he asked her. "It's a story picture," she replied without looking up. "My grandmother taught me. The patterns tell how water first came to the deep desert." Taran watched as her fingers traced intricate swirls and lines. The Fremen had many ways of preserving their history and knowledge, some through oral tradition, others through symbols and patterns that could be quickly drawn and just as quickly erased, leaving no trace for outsiders to discover. "Will you teach me someday?" he asked. Lena nodded, smiling. "If you teach me how to hear the desert humming." After their brief rest, Shadiq led them onward, gradually teaching them to recognize the safest paths across the open desert. How to read the subtle signs in sand formations, how to spot areas where the sand was too loose or too fine. "Look there," the old man said, pointing to a distant ripple pattern on a dune face. "What do you see?" Taran squinted against the brightness. "The sand looks different, smoother." "Yes, and what does that tell us?" Taran thought carefully. "That a worm has passed there recently?" "Good," Shadiq nodded. "The great makers leave their signatures on the surface. A wise Fremen reads these signs as easily as footprints." "How recently?" Lina asked, her voice tinged with both curiosity and caution. Shadiq studied the pattern. "Before dawn." The worm was large, at least 80 meters, and moving northwest. "How can you tell all that just from the sand?" Taran asked, amazed. "When you have walked the desert for as many years as I have, the sand becomes a book that never stops revealing its stories," Shadiq replied. "Someday, both of you will read it just as clearly." The morning stretched on, and Tahran found himself growing more confident with each step. What had started as an awkward imitation was becoming natural. his body learning the wisdom that his mind could not yet fully understand. His feet seemed to know where to step, how much pressure to apply, how long to linger before shifting weight. Once, he noticed JL watching him with approval. "You're finding the rhythm quickly," she said. "It took me 3 sand walks before my feet understood what my head was trying to tell them." As midday approached, Shadiq led them to a small outcropping of rock that jutted from the sand like the fin of some ancient sea creature. Here they would shelter from the worst heat of the day before continuing their journey. "You have done well," JL told the younger children as they huddled in the narrow strip of shade. "The hardest part of learning the worm step is forgetting how you normally walk." Tyran nodded, understanding now what she meant. It wasn't about learning something new as much as unlearning something so basic he had never thought about it before. He reached into his pocket to check on his beetle companion. The tiny creature seemed content, having created a small hollow in the fabric. Taran smiled, feeling a connection to this miniature desert dweller who had its own way of surviving the harsh environment. "Shadiq," he asked, "do you have a desert talisman?" The old man raised an eyebrow. "A talisman? Something small from the desert that brings you good fortune," Tahran explained, gently showing the beetle in his palm. Shadiq's eyes softened. "Ah, yes, in my way." He reached beneath his robes and withdrew a small object, a perfectly round pebble, polished smooth by sand and time. "I found this on my 20th crossing, in the deep desert where no stones should be. It reminds me that the unexpected is always possible." Taran marveled at the simple treasure, understanding that on a world where water was life, finding beauty in dry things was a special kind of wisdom. "I have one too," Lina said, producing from her pocket a small, twisted piece of metal. "It's from the time before, when sky travelers still came to Arrakis. My father found it near an old crash site, far beyond the shield wall." The children examined the artifact with reverence. Such relics of the past were rare and precious, connecting them to the world beyond Arrakis and to the history of their people before they became the Fremen. As they rested, Shadiq told them stories of the desert, not frightening tales of worm attacks or the dangers of thirst, but gentler legends. He spoke of nights when the spice blooms glowed with their own light beneath the moons, of ancient patterns in the stars that had guided Fremen for countless generations, and of rare desert flowers that appeared for just one night after the infrequent rains. "My favorite is the night rose," Jalea added. "I've seen it only once. After the stillness of a storm passed, dozens appeared near our siege. Their petals store water that reflects the starlight. They look like drops of silver scattered across the sand." "Will we see them someday?" Taran asked eagerly. "Perhaps," Shadiq replied. "They come with little warning and vanish before the first sun rises. But those who witness them are blessed with good fortune for a full turning of the moons." Taran listened, his eyes growing heavy in the heat and rhythm of the old man's voice. He didn't fall completely asleep. No Fremen would truly sleep exposed in the open desert, but drifted into a light trance where Shadiq words painted pictures behind his eyelids. He imagined himself grown tall and strong, walking the deepest deserts with the confidence of one born to the sand. In his dream vision, he could speak to the great makers, understanding their ancient wisdom. The beetle on his shoulder had grown too, not enormous, but large enough to be a true companion, its iridescent shell gleaming like a blue within blue eye. In this vision, Tahran saw the face of a man he did not recognize, someone with intense eyes and a presence that seemed to transcend the physical world. The stranger nodded to him as if acknowledging a shared secret, before the image faded into swirling sand. Turan, Jale's voice gently pulled him back from his reverie. It's time to continue. The suns had moved past their zenith, and the small shadow of their shelter had shifted. Tahran blinked, letting the dream vision fade like water into sand, but keeping the feeling of belonging it had given him. I saw someone, he whispered to JL as they prepared to set out again. In my mind. A stranger with knowing eyes. JL gave him a curious look. The desert sometimes brings visions, especially on significant days like your first sandwalk. Perhaps you glimpsed someone you will meet in your future. Tehran wondered about this as they set out again, this time with JL leading the way. The afternoon brought different challenges. The sand was hotter now, sometimes almost too hot to touch, and heat mirages shimmered on the horizon, making it harder to judge distance and direction. But Shadiq had taught them to navigate by more than just sight, to feel the subtle slope of the land beneath their feet, and track the sun's positions without staring directly at their blinding light. A dusty wind had begun to rise, not the dangerous kind that heralded a Coriolis storm, but enough to partially obscure visibility. Tahran found himself relying more on his other senses, the feel of the sand beneath his feet, the subtle changes in temperature as they moved between sun and shadow, the smell of minerals and faint spice that permeated everything. As they crested a particularly tall dune, Tahran felt the sand shift beneath him, differently than before. He froze, remembering the warnings about pre-spice masses, pockets of the raw material that preceded spice blooms, dangerous because they attracted worms and could erupt without warning. Jael, he called softly, careful not to let his voice carry too far. The sand feels strange here. His cousin turned back, instantly alert. She approached carefully and knelt beside where Tahran stood, placing her palm flat against the sand. Good noticing, she said after a moment. It's not a pre-spice mass, but there is moisture trapped not far below. See how the color is slightly different? Now that she mentioned it, Tahan could see that the sand here had a faintly darker quality, as though shadows were caught within its grains. Where there is hidden water, Shadiq said, approaching to examine their discovery, life finds a way, even in the deep desert. The old man produced a small tool from within his robes, a slender metal rod that tapered to a fine point. With practiced precision, he inserted it into the sand and withdrew it, examining the tip before nodding with satisfaction. Carefully now, he instructed, and began to dig with slow, deliberate movements. Tahran and Lena watched with wide eyes as Shadiq excavated a small hollow in the sand. About an arm's length down, the sand became visibly damp, and nestled within this protected pocket was a cluster of tiny green shoots, plants so small they barely deserved the name, yet undeniably alive. Desert grass, Shadiq explained. It grows only where moisture gathers just right, protected from the sun and wind. The seeds can wait years for the perfect conditions. Taran stared in awe at the delicate green things, so vulnerably alive in this harshest of environments. On a world where water meant life, these tiny plants were a miracle, a reminder that even in the most unforgiving places, beauty and growth could be found. Will they die now that we've uncovered them? Lina asked, her voice tinged with concern. No, Shadiq said, already carefully replacing the sand. They have deep roots for such small things. We've disturbed them, but they will recover. The desert teaches persistence above all else. Jael knelt beside the children. This is a special discovery on your first sandwalk, she said. Some Fremen walk for decades without finding desert grass. It's said that those who discover it on important journeys are destined for great things. Or perhaps, Shadiq added with a hint of a smile, they simply have keen eyes and good fortune. As the old man smoothed the surface, erasing all evidence of their discovery, Tahan thought about the hidden grass. How many other secret pockets of life existed beneath the seemingly barren landscape? The desert was not empty at all. It was merely private with its treasures. They continued their journey, moving along the edge of a vast dune whose face stretched down into shadow. The wind had picked up slightly, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon, the smell of spice that permeated everything on Arrakis. Once, Shadiq said as they walked, I witnessed a spice blow so massive it turned the sky orange for 3 days. When it settled, the spice lay on the ground like drifts of cinnamon snow. It was beautiful and dangerous. 6 worms came within the first hour. How did you escape? Lena asked, wide-eyed. I didn't need to escape, the old man replied. I was with a Fremen company that knew how to ride the makers. We called 3 of them to us with thumpers, mounted them with hooks, and rode away on their backs while the others fought over the spice. Daran tried to imagine the scene, massive worms breaching the surface like leviathans from ancient legends, and brave riders climbing their ringed sides to harness them. Would he one day learn this skill too? The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. Soon we must turn back toward the siege, Shadiq said, gauging the position of the suns. But first, one more lesson. He led them to a flat area between dunes and took the small thumper device from his belt. With careful movements, he set it into the sand and activated it. The device began to emit a rhythmic thumping noise, a beat that carried through the sand rather than the air. Stand very still, he instructed, moving back to join them on a nearby rock outcropping. Watch, listen, and remember. The thumping continued, its steady beat reminiscent of a heartbeat, but mechanical in its precision. For several minutes, nothing happened. The desert remained still, save for the gentle shifting of sand grains in the breeze. Then Taran felt it, a subtle vibration beneath his feet, different from the thumper's rhythm. It grew stronger, and the sand several hundred meters away began to ripple, as though disturbed by an invisible force moving beneath the surface. Is that, he began, his voice a whisper. Yes, Jalin answered just as softly. A maker comes. The ripple became a wave, and then the sand erupted in a shower of golden particles as a massive form broke the surface. It wasn't one of the great worms, merely a young one, perhaps 40 meters long, but to Taharan's young eyes, it was the most awe-inspiring sight he had ever beheld. The creature's segmented body arched above the desert floor, its circular mouth ringed with crystal teeth that caught the light like thousands of tiny mirrors. It moved with surprising grace for something so enormous, curving through the sand as easily as the beetle had navigated the small pebble earlier that day. The young worm paused, sensing the thumper's vibrations, then lunged forward to engulf the device in one swift movement. Sand cascaded down its segmented sides as it submerged again, disappearing beneath the surface as though it had never been there at all. For a long moment, no one spoke. The desert seemed different now, more alive, more aware. Taran felt a new respect growing within him. Not fear, exactly, but a deeper understanding of his place in this ancient ecosystem. That, Shadiq finally said, is why we learn the worm step. That is why we move like water dances on the sand. It was beautiful, Tahran whispered, surprising himself with the observation. Shadik nodded approvingly. Yes, dangerous and beautiful, like all true things of value. Will I learn to ride them someday? Tahran asked, his voice filled with wonder. If the desert wills it, Shadik replied. First you must master the sand. Then, perhaps, its masters will accept your touch. As they turned to begin their journey back to the siege, Tayan felt the desert beneath his feet with new awareness. His steps found their natural rhythm now, no longer awkward or forced. The sand wasn't his enemy, it was his home, a place of hidden wonders and ancient wisdom. The walk back seemed shorter somehow, though they took a different route, following the easier path along the bases of the dunes where the sand was more compacted. As the suns began their descent toward the horizon, Tahran could make out the distant rock formations that concealed their sietch. When we return, Jael told the children, there will be a small ceremony. The elders will want to hear of your journey and what you've learned. What should we tell them? Lena asked, a touch of nervousness in her voice. The truth, Shadik said simply. But remember that the most important lessons from the desert often cannot be put into words. As they walked, Tahran reflected on all they had experienced. The rhythm of the worm step, the hidden grass, the magnificent maker rising from the depths. But there were subtler lessons too. How to listen to the voice of the desert, how to read the stories written in sand, how to find beauty in a harsh landscape that outsiders saw only as barren wasteland. Shadik, he asked as they walked, did I pass my first sandwalk? The old man considered him thoughtfully. What do you think? Tahran reflected on the day's journey, the initial fear that had given way to curiosity, the awkward steps that had become natural, the wonders they had discovered along the way. I think, he said slowly, that the desert decides such things, not people. A rare smile broke across Shadik's weathered face. A wise answer, young one. Yes, you have passed. You have begun to understand the first lesson of Arrakis, that we do not conquer the desert, we learn to be worthy of it. And you, Lina? Shadik asked, turning to the girl. What has the desert taught you today? She thought for a moment, her young face solemn. That it keeps secrets, she finally said, but shares them with those who look carefully. Shadik nodded approvingly. 2 students, 2 lessons, both true. As they neared the rocky path that would lead them back to the safety of the siege, Tahran paused to look back at the vast expanse they had crossed. In the dying light, the dunes were painted in shades of gold, amber, and deepening purple. Shadows stretched like fingers across the sand, and the evening wind was beginning to sing its lonely song. He reached into his pocket and carefully removed the beetle that had accompanied him throughout the journey. Thank you, little friend, he whispered. Will you come with me on my next desert journey? As if in answer, the beetle's wings emerged from beneath its carapace, something Tahran hadn't realized it could do, and with a soft buzzing sound it took flight, circling once around his head before disappearing into the gathering dusk. Jael placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. A good omen, she said. The desert has accepted you. The desert accepted you both long ago, Shadik added. Today, you simply learned to accept it in return. As they climbed the path back to the siege, Tahran felt different. Not older exactly, but more connected to the world around him. The desert was vast beyond imagining, filled with dangers and wonders in equal measure, but it was no longer something separate from himself. He had taken the first steps toward becoming a true child of Arrakis. The entrance to the siege was guarded as always, but the sentries nodded with respect to Shardik and made way for the returning travelers. Inside, the familiar sounds and smells of home welcomed them. The soft murmur of voices, the subtle fragrance of spice in the communal areas, the cool dimness after the harsh desert light. Several elders awaited them in the central chamber, including Taran's parents, who watched with barely concealed pride as Shadiq formally announced the successful completion of the first sandwalk. As was tradition, both children were asked to share one observation from their journey. When Tahran's turn came, he spoke of the hidden grass, of life persisting in the most unlikely places. The elders nodded approvingly, seeing in this choice a sign of the boy's developing awareness. That night, as he lay in his sleeping chamber within the cool confines of the Sietch, Tahran listened to the subtle sounds around him. The soft breathing of his family, the distant drip of the water catch, the faint whisper of wind finding its way through hidden cracks in the rock. And beneath it all, so faint he might have imagined it, the deep humming he had heard in the open desert, the voice of Arrakis singing its ancient song to those who had learned to listen. As sleep began to claim him, Tahan wondered if the great makers swimming through the deep sand far below could indeed feel his dreams. He hoped they could. Tonight he would dream of open dunes bathed in golden light, of tiny plants finding life in hidden places, of beetles with iridescent wings, and of walking across the singing sands with the confidence of one who belongs. The rhythm of the worm step followed him into sleep, a gentle pattern that matched the beating of his heart, not the mechanical precision of the thumper that attracted the worms, but the natural flow of life itself, moving in harmony with the breath of the desert. And as the moons of Arrakis traced their paths across the night sky, Tahran slept peacefully, a child of two worlds now. The human world of the Sietch, with its water discipline and ancient traditions, and the vast, mysterious world of the open desert that had accepted him into its confidence, sharing secrets that could only be learned by walking with reverence across its surface. In his dreams he walked with perfect rhythm, his footsteps making patterns in the sand that told stories only the desert could read, and somewhere in the deep the great makers listened and were pleased. The dream shifted, and Toharan found himself standing atop the highest dune he had ever seen, looking out over an Arrakis transformed. Where endless sand had stretched before, he now saw patches of green and the glimmer of open water. Strange birds soared overhead, their calls unfamiliar yet joyful, and in the distance, people moved freely across the landscape without the encumbrance of stillsuits. A figure stood beside him, the same stranger with intense eyes from his earlier vision. "This could be," the figure said, his voice neither young nor old, "but the path is long and filled with sacrifice." Before Tahran could ask what he meant, the vision dissolved, replaced by the simpler dreams of childhood, riding sandworms through star-filled skies, discovering ancient treasures beneath the dunes, sharing adventures with Lina and his friends from the Sietch. And through it all, the gentle rhythm of the worm step carried him deeper into sleep, a cadence as natural now as his own heartbeat, a pattern that connected him to the ancient pulse of Arrakis itself, a world that was no longer simply the place where he lived, but truly his home. The days following Tahran's first sandwalk were filled with a new sense of confidence. He walked differently now, even within the protected walls of the Sietch, carrying himself with the subtle rhythm he had learned in the open desert. The other children noticed, especially those who had not yet undertaken their own first sandwalk, and they regarded him with a mixture of respect and curiosity. Lina, too, had been changed by the experience. She had taken to spending more time with the Sietch artists, learning the ancient patterns and symbols that told the history of their people. Sometimes she would practice drawing the story pictures in the sand of the indoor training grounds, carefully erasing them before leaving, as was proper for sacred knowledge. It was on the 5th day after their return that Mira, a girl 2 years older than Taran, approached them during the communal evening meal. "We're playing cistern hide tomorrow when the water counters finish their work," she whispered, her eyes bright with excitement. "Will you come?" Cistern hide was a game the children played in the deep water halls where the siege stored its most precious resource. It was forbidden, of course. The elders considered it disrespectful to play near the sacred water reserves, but that only added to its allure. Every Fremen child knew that the most important rules were those kept by choice rather than by force, and the game had become a way of teaching self-control and respect, even while breaking minor taboos. Taran glanced at Lena, who nodded eagerly. "We'll come," he promised. The water halls lay deep within the siege, far below the living quarters and common areas. They were a marvel of ancient engineering, vast chambers carved from the living rock, where precious water was stored in massive cisterns. The temperature was kept cool and constant, and the air held a dampness that felt strange against the skin of children raised in the desert's aridity. The following day, Tahoran and Lina made their way down the spiraling stone steps that led to the water halls. They moved carefully, avoiding the regular pathways used by the water counters, instead taking the narrow maintenance passages that would allow them to reach the appointed meeting place unseen. As they descended, the air grew cooler and the sounds of the siege, voices, the clatter of daily work, the hum of machinery, faded into a profound silence broken only by the distant drip of water and the soft echo of their own footsteps. "Do you think we'll get caught?" Lina whispered, her voice barely audible. Taran shook his head. "Mira says they've been playing for months without anyone finding out. Besides, it's counting day. The waterkeepers will be in the recording chambers until evening." They reached a narrow junction where the maintenance passage connected with one of the lesser cistern halls. Glow globes hung at distant intervals along the ceiling, their soft blue light creating pools of illumination amid long stretches of shadow. The walls and floor were smooth stone, cool to the touch, with a subtle sheen of moisture that made them gleam in the dim light. Waiting in the shadows were 5 other children: Mira, the organizer of the game, her younger brother Jemis, the twins Caleb and Kyria, and a quiet boy named Sal, who was known for his skill at vanishing during games of hide-and-seek, even in the open areas of the siege. "You came," Mira said with approval. "That makes 7, a perfect number." "We wouldn't miss it," Lina replied. "But how do we play down here? There are so many passages." "That's what makes it fun," Mira explained, her voice low but excited. "We've made boundaries. Nothing past the 3rd junction in any direction, and no going above the level of the red marker stones. The seeker counts to 100 by the rhythm beat, and everyone else hides. If you're found, you have to freeze in place until the last person is found, or until the echoing stone is rung." She pointed to a small stone hanging from a thin cord near the passageway entrance. "That's how we signal if adults are coming. 3 quick taps, and everyone returns to the meeting place immediately." The children nodded their understanding. The rules were simple, but the environment made the game thrilling. The labyrinthine passages, the play of shadow and light, the forbidden nature of their playground. "Who seeks first?" Caleb asked. "We'll draw sticks," Mira replied, producing 7 slender pieces of dried spice root from her pocket. "Shortest stick seeks." Each child selected a stick. Taran chose 3rd, pulling a long piece that assured him he would be hiding first. Jemis groaned good-naturedly as he held up the shortest stick. "Turn your back and count by the water rhythm," Mira instructed her brother. "Remember, no peeking." Jami obediently faced the wall and began to count, tapping out the distinctive pattern that Fremen used to pace their water activities, a rhythm designed to prevent waste through hasty movements. The other children scattered silently, each taking a different passage. Taharan hesitated for only a moment before choosing a narrow corridor to his left that descended slightly before opening into a chamber he had never seen before. Soft blue-green light emanated from glow globes recessed into niches in the walls, casting an aquatic glow over the room. The chamber was circular, with a small cistern at its center, more of a basin really, not one of the massive storage tanks that held the Sietch's main water reserves. The surface of the water was perfectly still, reflecting the glow globes like captured stars. Around the perimeter of the room ran a narrow walkway, and the walls were etched with fine lines that Taron recognized as water records. The rising and falling levels marked over time, a history of abundance and hardship recorded in simple notations. Taha realized this must be one of the measuring chambers where the water counters calibrated their instruments. It was a perfect hiding place, small enough to be overlooked, but with enough shadow to conceal himself. He positioned himself in the deepest shadow between two storage containers, drawing his knees up to his chest and regulating his breathing as he had been taught. Stillness was second nature to the Fremen, even their children. Life in the desert demanded the conservation of energy and movement, and the ability to remain motionless for long periods was a skill honed from earliest childhood. From his hiding place, Tauron could hear the faint echoes of the other children moving through the passages, their footsteps growing fainter as they found their own concealment. Then silence descended, broken only by the soft, rhythmic drip of water from somewhere in the distance, and the barely perceptible hum of the Sietch's air circulation system. Time passed differently in the water halls. Without the movement of the suns to mark its passage, minutes stretched and contracted by their own mysterious measure. Tarbran found himself mesmerized by the play of light on water, the way the reflections of the glow globes rippled occasionally when a drop fell from the ceiling to disturb the basin's surface. He ran his fingers along the damp stone where he sat, feeling the subtle variations in its texture. There was a strange music to the place, not audible exactly, but something felt through fingertips and skin. The stone seemed alive somehow, singing a slow song of pressure and patience, of water's gentle persistence over vast stretches of time. Distant footsteps broke his reverie. Jemis had finished counting and begun his search. Tochen smiled to himself, confident in his hiding place. The passages were complex, and the measuring chamber was easily overlooked, situated as it was below the level of the main corridor. The footsteps grew fainter again as Jemis took a different route. Taran settled deeper into his shadow, prepared to wait. In the silence that followed, he became aware of something he hadn't noticed before, a subtle current of air flowing from behind him, from what had seemed to be a solid wall. Curious, he turned carefully, keeping his movements slow and silent. What had appeared to be an unbroken expanse of rock now revealed itself, from this closer perspective, to contain a narrow fissure, a gap just wide enough for a slender child to slip through. The cool air emerging from it carried a different scent than the rest of the water halls. Older, deeper, with mineral notes he couldn't identify. Taran hesitated. The boundary rules of the game were clear, but this wasn't a marked passage. It was something else entirely. The temptation to explore tugged at him, a whisper of adventure that was difficult to resist. Just a quick look, he decided. He could slip back into his hiding place before Jemis found this chamber. With the silent movements that all Fremen children mastered early, Tehran eased himself into the narrow opening. It was a tight fit, but passable, the walls cool against his shoulders. After a few meters, the fissure widened slightly, allowing him to move more freely. There were no glow globes here, but a faint luminescence emanated from patches of some kind of fungus or lichen that clung to the damp rock, providing just enough light to navigate by. The passage curved gently downward and to the right, moving deeper into the rock. Tehran advanced cautiously, always alert for signs of instability or danger. His people had carved their home from the living stone, but they respected its unpredictability. Not all passages remained secure over time. This one, however, showed signs of deliberate construction, though different from the main siege corridors. The floor, despite being uneven in places, had clearly been worked smooth by tools rather than simply by the passage of water or time. Whoever had made this path had intended it to be traversed. After what felt like several minutes of careful progress, the passage opened suddenly into a space so unexpected that Tehran stopped abruptly, his breath caught in his throat. He stood at the edge of a small, roughly circular chamber, perhaps 5 meters across. Unlike the functional, practical spaces of the Siege, this room bore evidence of another purpose entirely. The walls were covered with paintings, intricate, colorful images rendered with a skill that spoke of long practice and precious resources spent on pigments. In the dim, bluish light provided by the luminescent growths, Tehran could make out scenes of Fremen life from long ago. There were figures in stillsuits crossing dunes. Others gathered in what appeared to be an early siege, different in its construction from the one he knew. One large panel depicted a family group, adults and children arranged in formal poses, their faces rendered with care and detail despite the stylized nature of the art. Most striking of all was a circular pattern on the ceiling, a mandala-like design that incorporated what Tehran recognized as early Fremen water symbols, arranged in a pattern that must have held meaning to its creators, though its specific purpose eluded him. This place was old, far older than any part of the Siege he had seen before. It predated the water records in the measuring chamber, perhaps by centuries. This might have been one of the original chambers when the Siege was first established, later abandoned as the community grew and newer, larger spaces were carved from the rock. Tehran moved slowly into the center of the room, turning in a circle to take in the entirety of the paintings. There was something profoundly moving about standing where unknown ancestors had stood, seeing images they had created to preserve their lives and histories. How many generations of Fremen children had lived and played in this Siege before him? How many had perhaps found this very chamber and stood where he stood now, connecting across time through shared space? His attention was drawn to a particular image on the eastern wall. A child, rendered in profile, placing a hand against what appeared to be a cistern wall. The painting was simple, but conveyed a sense of wonder, the child's posture suggesting discovery or communion with the water. Something about the image resonated with Tehran, as though it depicted a moment he himself had experienced. Almost without thinking, he moved toward it, extending his own hand to mirror the painted child's gesture. His fingertips touched the cool stone surface of the wall, feeling the slight texture of the ancient pigments. "Who are you?" he whispered to the painted figure. "Did you play games in the water halls too?" As he spoke, his fingers detected a subtle difference in the stone beneath the painting, a depression that formed a pattern too regular to be natural. Curious, He traced it with his fingertips, discovering a circular design etched into the rock and then carefully filled with some kind of resin or clay that had hardened to match the surrounding stone almost perfectly. It was only detectable by touch, invisible to the eye in the dim light. The design was familiar. It matched a symbol Tehran had seen the water priestesses use during rare ceremonies, one that represented the cycle of water from body to reclaimer to cistern and back to body again, an ancient Fremen symbol of regeneration and community. As he traced its outline, following the continuous circle with his finger, Tehran felt a subtle shift in the wall beneath his hand. There was a soft click, barely audible even in the profound silence of the chamber, and a section of the wall recessed slightly before sliding sideways to reveal a small, dark opening. Tehran's heart raced. He had activated some kind of hidden mechanism, opening a secret space within the already secret chamber. Part of him urged caution. This deep below the siege, unknown passages could lead to danger. But another part, the part that had thrilled at the sight of the sandworm and delighted in the discovery of the desert grass, propelled him forward. The opening was small, more of a niche than a passage, and held a single object. A small container made of what appeared to be polished bone, its surface etched with the same water symbol he had traced on the wall. With careful hands, Tehran lifted it from its resting place. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, which was no larger than his two cupped palms together. The container was sealed, a cap of the same material fitted snugly to its top. After a moment's hesitation, Tehran gently twisted the cap. It rotated smoothly, suggesting it had been opened periodically, rather than left sealed for centuries. Inside was a folded piece of material, not paper, which was too precious to use for records, but a thin, treated hide of some kind, preserved against time by whatever mysterious process the ancient Fremen had devised. Tehran unfolded it carefully, revealing rows of script in a form of Shekobsa, the old battle language of his people. The writing was different enough from modern usage that he could only make out portions. The water of our tribe, hidden from when the days of testing come. Remember the old ways when the new fail. Look to the deep stone when the high stone crumbles. It was some kind of message, perhaps a record or instructions left by ancestors for their descendants. Tehran couldn't fully comprehend its meaning, but he understood enough to sense its importance. This wasn't a child's treasure or forgotten toy. This was deliberate, a legacy intentionally preserved. A sudden sound from the passage behind him, a distant call echoing through the stone, startled Tehran from his absorption. The game, he had completely forgotten about the others. Quickly but carefully, he refolded the hide document and returned it to its container, sealing it and placing it back in its niche. As he did so, he noticed a small depression in the base of the compartment, a perfect circle that contained what appeared to be a drop of liquid, though how it had remained intact for so long he couldn't imagine. Some kind of oil or resin, perhaps, used to protect the mechanism. There was no time to investigate further. He needed to return before he was missed. With a silent promise to revisit this place when he could explore properly, Tehran pressed the wall beside the opening. As he had hoped, the panel slid closed again, concealing the compartment. With one last look at the painted figures that had watched over this secret for generations, Tehran made his way back through the narrow fissure to the measuring chamber. He had barely settled back into his hiding place when footsteps approached, quicker now, and accompanied by whispered voices. "Tehran," Lena's voice called softly. "Are you in here? Everyone else has been found." He emerged from the shadows, trying to appear as though he had been there all along. "I'm here," he replied. This was a good hiding place. Mira entered the chamber behind Lina, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. "Too good. We've been searching for ages." Jemis was about to give up. "Sorry," Taran offered with what he hoped was a convincing smile. "I didn't realize it would be so hard to find me." Lina was looking around the measuring chamber with interest. "I've never been in this room before. It's beautiful, with the water basin reflecting the light." "The water masters use it for calibrating their measuring tools," Mira explained. "We're not supposed to be in here, but it's within the boundary markers, so it's fair game for hiding." Taran nodded, relieved that his absence hadn't been noted and that the hidden chamber remained his secret for now. He would tell Lina about it later, perhaps, but something told him that the fewer who knew about it, the better. At least until he had a chance to decipher the meaning of the message and understand what his ancestors had been trying to preserve. "Come on," Jemis urged from the doorway. "Let's play another round. It's Taran's turn to seek since he was last found." They returned to the main junction, where the other children waited. Caleb and Kiria were engaged in a whispered argument about whether one of them had crossed the boundary markers during their hiding, while Sal sat quietly against the wall, observing everything with watchful eyes. "Finally," Caleb said as they approached, "we thought you'd all gotten lost." "Tarhern found an amazing hiding place," Lina told them, "down in the measuring chamber." "Clever," Korea admitted. "We never thought to look there." "Who seeks next?" Sal asked, his voice soft but clear in the hushed atmosphere of the water halls. "Tarhern does," Mira reminded them. "He was the last one found." Tarthern nodded and took his position facing the wall. He began to count by the water rhythm, tapping out the pattern against the stone. The soft tapping echoed slightly in the junction, creating a gentle percussion that resonated through the passages. As he counted, his mind kept returning to the hidden chamber and its mysterious message. What were the days of testing it referred to? What old ways were to be remembered? The questions circled in his thoughts, almost making him lose count. When he reached 100, he turned to find the junction empty, the other children already dispersed to their hiding places. The game continued, but with each subsequent round, Tyron found his thoughts drifting back to his discovery. The painted figures seemed to watch him from memory, their ancient eyes holding secrets he had only begun to uncover. During the fourth round, with Sarl seeking and the others hidden, Taran found himself drawn back toward the measuring chamber. He had chosen a different hiding place this time, a narrow space between two large cisterns in one of the main water halls. But the pull of the secret passage was strong. Just as he was about to abandon his hiding spot to return to the chamber, a different sound echoed through the passages. 3 quick taps on the signal stone. Adults approaching. The children emerged from their hiding places with practiced silence, converging on the main junction where they had begun their game, faces flushed with excitement and mild fear. They gathered their few belongings. "Water counters," Mira whispered. "They're early. Quick, up the maintenance passage." The children moved swiftly but silently toward the narrow stairway that would lead them back to the upper levels of the siege. Tahran hesitated, glancing back toward the measuring chamber. His discovery would have to wait. As they climbed, the sound of adult voices drifted up from below, water counters discussing measurements and flow rates, oblivious to the game that had been played in their domain. The children suppressed giggles as they ascended, the shared secret of their forbidden play bonding them in the way that only childhood conspiracies can. They emerged into one of the less traveled corridors of the middle siege level, brushing dust from their clothing and checking each other to ensure no evidence of their adventure remained visible. Same time next counting day? Caleb asked, his eyes bright with the thrill of their narrow escape. Mira nodded, but we need a better signal system. That was too close. I know a call that sounds just like a water pipe settling, Sal offered quietly. No one notices it because it's so common. Good, Mira approved. You can teach us next time. As the group began to disperse, Lina tugged gently at Tahran's sleeve. You're being very quiet, she observed when the others had moved out of earshot. Did something happen down there? Tahran hesitated. Lina was his closest friend, and they had shared secrets before. But something about the hidden chamber felt different. Not just a child's secret, but something with greater significance. I found something, he admitted finally. A hidden place, off the measuring chamber. There were old paintings on the walls. Lina's eyes widened. Ancient paintings? Like what Shadiq told us about from the first sieges? I think so, and there was a message too, written in old Chakobsa. I couldn't read all of it. You have to show me, Lina insisted, her voice hushed but intense. Not today, but next time. A discovery like that. It could be important. Tahran nodded slowly. Next time. But we don't tell the others yet. Not until we understand what it means. Lina agreed readily, already imagining the adventure of exploring the hidden chamber. It will be our secret expedition, like the deep desert explorers in the old stories. In the days that followed, Tahran found himself drawn to the Siege library. Not the main archives, where the water records and tribal histories were kept, but the smaller collection where children were permitted to study. There, among scrolls of basic learning and simplified tribal legends, he searched for anything that might help him understand the message from the hidden chamber. He found little that was directly relevant, but his reading gave him a better understanding of the early days of the siege, when the first Fremen had carved their sanctuary from the rock. Those had been difficult times, with water scarce and the desert even more unforgiving than it was now. The hidden chamber might date from that period, a remnant of the original settlement before the larger complex was excavated. The next counting day seemed to take forever to arrive. When it finally came, Tahran and Lina made their excuses to join the sisterhood game, their excitement barely contained. This time they would be explorers rather than just players. The game began as before, with sticks drawn to determine the first seeker. Tahran was lucky. He drew a long stick, ensuring he would be hiding first. When the others scattered, he gestured silently to Lina to follow him. They made their way quickly to the measuring chamber, Tahran leading with confidence now that he knew the route. The chamber was as he remembered it, cool, dim, with the small basin of water reflecting the gentle light of the glow globes. There, he whispered, pointing to the narrow fissure that had been nearly invisible on his first visit. That's the entrance. Lina looked skeptical. It's so small. Are you sure it's safe? I went through before. It opens up after the first few meters. Still doubtful but unwilling to be left behind, Lina followed as Tahran squeezed into the narrow opening. They moved carefully through the passage, the luminescent growths on the walls providing just enough light to navigate by. When they emerged into the painted chamber, Lina gasped, her expression transforming from doubt to wonder. Tahran, she breathed, this is incredible. The paintings seemed even more vivid than Tahran remembered, perhaps because he now had a better understanding of their significance. He watched as Lina turned slowly in place, taking in the images that surrounded them. These must be from the founding of the siege, she said in a hushed voice. Look at the stillsuit designs. They're different from ours. And the facial tattoos. Those haven't been used in centuries. Tahran nodded, impressed by her knowledge. Lena had always paid more attention during history lessons than he had. "And look at this," he said, leading her to the painting of the child touching the system wall. "This is where I found the hidden compartment." He showed her how he had traced the water symbol, and together they activated the mechanism that revealed the small niche. The bone container was still there, undisturbed since his last visit. "What's inside?" Lena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Tahan carefully removed the container and opened it, revealing the folded hide document. A message, but in old Chekhovsa, I could only make out parts of it. Lena took the document with reverent hands, unfolding it carefully, her brow furrowed in concentration as she studied the script. "My grandmother taught me some of the old forms," she said. "This is very ancient, but I can read more than you might think." She began to translate, her voice soft in the stillness of the chamber. "To those who find this record, know that the water of our tribe is not only in systems, but in knowledge preserved. When facing sandstorms, shelter in rock. When facing enemies, shelter in community. When facing extinction, shelter in the wisdom of ancestors. In the days when testing comes, when outsiders threaten and the great houses bring their wars to our sands, remember the old ways when the new fail. The desert protects its own. Look to the deep stone when the high stone crumbles. The water of the tribe is in the blood of its children. Protect it well." The children looked at each other, the weight of the message settling around them like a still-suit hood drawn tight against a storm. "What do you think it means?" Taran asked finally. Lena refolded the document with care. "It's a warning, or maybe instructions, from our ancestors to us, in case something terrible happens. They wanted to make sure certain knowledge wasn't lost. But what knowledge? It doesn't say." "No," Lena agreed, "but maybe there's more. Have you checked for other hidden compartments?" They spent the next several minutes examining the walls of the chamber carefully, looking for similar symbols or irregularities in the stone, but found nothing. "Maybe the knowledge isn't hidden physically," Lena suggested. "Maybe it's in the paintings themselves." They studied the images with renewed attention, noting details they had overlooked before. The family grouping, which Tahran had initially taken to be simply a portrait, now revealed itself to contain subtle symbolism, hand positions that corresponded to water signals, arrangements that mimicked astronomical patterns important to desert navigation. "It's a teaching," Lena realized. "The whole chamber is a teaching disguised as decoration. If the Sietch were conquered or destroyed, anyone who found this place could still learn the essential Fremen wisdom." Taran was about to respond when a distant sound reached them, the faint echo of the warning stone being struck. 3 taps, signaling the approach of adults. "We have to go," he said reluctantly. They carefully replaced the bone container in its niche, sealed the compartment, and made their way back through the narrow passage to the measuring chamber. From there they hurried to the main junction, where the other children were already gathering. "Where were you?" Mira demanded in a whisper. "We've been looking everywhere." "Sorry," Tahran apologized. "We found a really good hiding place." Before Mira could question them further, Saal made the sound he had promised, a perfect imitation of water pipes settling, but with a subtle pattern that indicated it was a signal rather than an actual mechanical noise. "They're close," he whispered. "Up the passage, quickly." The children ascended in silence, their game interrupted but not their spirits. As they reached the upper level and prepared to disperse, Mira announced, "Next counting day, we'll explore the lower systems. I've found a way past the barriers." The others agreed enthusiastically, but Tahran and Lena exchanged a glance that confirmed their own plans. The hidden chamber and its mysteries now held far more interest than the game of Sist and Hide. That evening, as they sat together during the communal meal, Lena leaned close to Taran. "I've been thinking about the message," she whispered. "Do you think we should tell the elders about what we found?" Taran considered this. Not yet, he decided. Let's learn more first. If it's been hidden all this time, maybe there's a reason. We should understand it better before we share it. Lena nodded slowly. "You're right. It's been waiting for centuries. A little longer won't matter." But Taran wasn't so certain. Something about the warning's tone suggested urgency despite its age. The days when testing comes, when outsiders threaten and the great houses bring their wars to our sands. The words echoed in his mind. Were those days approaching, or had they long since passed? That night, as he lay in his sleeping chamber, Tahan's dreams were filled with images from the hidden room, the painted figures moving and speaking in a language he almost understood, the child at the cistern wall turning to look at him with eyes that reflected glow globes like stars. In his dream, the painted child spoke a single word, repeated 3 times. Tahan strained to hear, to understand, but the word remained just beyond comprehension. He awoke the next morning with a sense of purpose that hadn't been there before. The hidden chamber was not just a secret place for children's exploration. It was a trust handed down through generations, waiting for the right moment, the right understanding. Over the next weeks, Tahran and Lina returned to the waterhalls whenever they could do so safely. Sometimes they joined the cistern hide game as a cover for their real purpose. Other times they found excuses to be near the water counters, observing their routines and learning the times when the halls would be empty. With each visit to the hidden chamber, they discovered new details in the paintings, astronomical references, geographic markers, botanical information about desert plants and their uses. The chamber wasn't just a historical record. It was a survival manual encoded in symbols and images, designed to preserve essential knowledge even if written records were lost or destroyed. They began to document their findings, creating their own coded messages using Lina's knowledge of story pictures. They would draw these in the sand of the training grounds, study them until they had committed every detail to memory, and then erase all evidence, as their ancestors had taught them to do with sacred knowledge. One evening, as they sat in a quiet corner of the Siege Commons, comparing notes on their latest discoveries, Shadiq approached them. The old man who had guided Taran's first sandwalk paused beside their table, his weathered face inscrutable. "You two have been very busy lately," he observed mildly. "Always whispering, always disappearing together." Taran felt his face grow warm. Had they been discovered? Would they be punished for playing in the waterhalls, for finding the hidden chamber? "We're working on a project," Lina said smoothly, "about Siege history." Shadiq's expression remained neutral, but something in his eyes suggested he knew more than he was saying. "History is important," he agreed, "especially the history that is not written in the official records." With that cryptic statement, he moved on, leaving the children to exchange puzzled glances. "Do you think he knows?" Taran whispered once Shadiq was out of earshot. Lina shook her head uncertainly. "I don't see how he could. But Shadiq knows many things. My father says he was an explorer in his youth, traveling beyond the shield wall to regions few Fremen have seen. The encounter left Tahran uneasy, though he couldn't precisely say why. There had been something in Shadiq's manner that suggested awareness, not just of their activities, but of their discoveries. That night, for the first time since finding the hidden chamber, Tahran considered the possibility that they were not the first to rediscover it in recent times. Perhaps each generation found it anew, keeping its secrets within a select group, passing knowledge from child to child, rather than through the formal channels of Siege education. If that were true, then somewhere among the adults of the Siege were those who had once stood where he and Lainar now stood, reading the ancient warnings, deciphering the painted teachings. Were they watching now, waiting to see what the children would do with their discovery? The next counting day arrived, and with it another opportunity to visit the hidden chamber. This time, however, there was a change in the routine. The water counters had modified their schedule, leaving a pair of junior counters in the measuring chamber throughout the day. The cistern hide game proceeded in other areas, but Tahran and Lina could not reach their secret passage. They participated half-heartedly in the game, their thoughts on the chamber and its mysteries. During a pause between rounds, as they huddled in a shadow discussing alternative routes to the chamber, they overheard a conversation between Mira and Sal that caught their attention. "My older brother says there's an ancient part of the Siege that nobody uses anymore," Mira was saying, "deep below even the water halls. He says it dates back to the founding, and there are paintings on the walls that tell the story of the first Fremen on Arrakis. Has he seen it?" Sal asked, his voice curious. Mira shook her head. "No, but he heard about it from one of the water priests. It's supposed to be sealed off for safety, but there are still ways to reach it if you know how." Tahran and Lina exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Their secret wasn't quite as secret as they had thought. That evening, instead of joining the communal meal immediately, they sought out Shadiq. They found him in one of the small meditation alcoves that dotted the outer rings of the Siege, seated cross-legged with his eyes closed. They waited respectfully until he acknowledged their presence with a slight nod, indicating they could enter. "Forgive the interruption, Elder," Lino began formally. "We wish to ask about Siege history." Shadiq opened his eyes, studying them with a gaze that seemed to see far more than their outward appearance. "Ask then," he replied simply. Tahran took a breath, choosing his words carefully. "We've heard stories about the founding of the Siege, about hidden places where the earliest teachings were preserved. Many stories circulate among the young," Shadiq observed neutrally. "Not all are true." "But some are," Lina pressed gently. "Some stories persist because they contain truth, even if it's hidden beneath layers of telling and retelling." A ghost of a smile flickered across Shadiq's weathered face. "You have been exploring," he said. It wasn't a question. Tahran and Lina exchanged another glance before nodding in unison. "And you have found something beyond a game of cistern hide," Shadiq continued, his voice betraying no judgment. "A chamber," Tahran admitted, "with paintings. And a message," Lina added, "in old Chicopsa." Shadiq was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed softly, a sound like wind over sand. "Every generation discovers it anew," he said finally, "and each time, those who find it must decide what to do with the knowledge." "Then you know about it?" Tahran asked, surprised despite his earlier suspicions. "I found it when I was not much older than you," Shadiq confirmed, "as did my father before me and his grandmother before him. The chamber reveals itself to those who need its teachings." "But what are we supposed to do?" Lina asked. "The message speaks of days of testing, of remembering old ways when new ones fail. What does it mean?" Shadiq's gaze grew distant, as though looking across time rather than merely space. "The Fremen have faced many tests over the centuries. The harsh desert, enemies from beyond the sands, our own internal conflicts. The chamber and its message remind us that while circumstances change, the fundamental truths of survival do not." "But why keep it secret?" Tahran pressed. Why not share this knowledge openly? Some knowledge is stronger when carried silently, Shardik replied. When held in the heart rather than spoken aloud, the paintings and the message are not merely history or instruction. They are a covenant between generations, a promise that certain essentials will never be forgotten, no matter what changes come to the Siege or to Arrakis itself. The old man leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to ensure only they could hear. The times change. Outsiders come to our world with their own plans and purposes. The great houses of the Imperium see Arrakis as a resource to be exploited, not a home to be honored. In such times, the oldest wisdom becomes the most valuable. What should we do now that we've found it? Lina asked. Learn from it, Shardik answered simply. Understand it. When the time is right, you will know who else should share in the discovery. The Chamber has chosen you as its custodians for this generation. That responsibility is not to be taken lightly. With that cryptic statement, Shardik closed his eyes again, signaling that the conversation was at an end. Tahran and Lina withdrew quietly, their minds full of new questions, but also a deeper sense of purpose. As they walked toward the communal dining hall, Lina's eyes were bright with excitement and determination. Do you understand what this means? We're part of something that goes back to the very beginning of the Siege, a chain of knowledge that's been preserved for centuries. Tahran nodded, feeling the weight of that responsibility settling on his young shoulders. The hidden chamber was more than a secret playground or an archaeological curiosity. It was a trust, a connection to ancestors who had faced challenges perhaps similar to those that might lie ahead. We need to learn everything we can from it, he decided. Not just what's written in the message, but what's shown in the paintings, what's hidden in the symbols. And then, Lina asked. Tahran thought of the painted child at the cistern wall, reaching out across time with a gesture of connection. Then we become part of the chain. We preserve what needs preserving and pass it on when the time is right. As they entered the dining hall, joining the flow of Siege life with its routines and relationships, Tahran felt different, not separate from his community, but more deeply connected to it through time as well as space. The games of Siege would continue, but now with an undercurrent of purpose, an awareness of being part of something far older and more significant than childhood play. And somewhere in the depths of the Siege, in a chamber illuminated by bioluminescent growth and ancient wisdom, the painted figures kept their silent vigil, waiting for each new generation to discover them anew, to learn their lessons, to join the long chain of custodians stretching back to the founding days of the Siege and forward into an uncertain future. The water of the tribe was indeed in the blood of its children, and in the knowledge they carried forward. The water collection journey began like any other. The women and children of Sietch Tavra gathered their vessels before dawn, still suits checked and rechecked, water discipline observed with the reverence of ancient ritual. Among them was 9-year-old Inari, her small frame nearly lost in the gathering of adults and older children, but her eyes, blue within blue like all Fremen, shone with anticipation. This was only her 3rd time joining the water carriers. She had been deemed old enough to help with the journey to the distant catch basins where precious moisture collected from the carefully placed wind traps scattered across the desert. These expeditions were not merely chores but lessons, opportunities for the young to learn the ways of water and sand that had sustained their people for generations. "Stay close to me today," her mother Salah instructed as they prepared to depart. "The wind has shifted, there may be dust." Inari nodded solemnly, adjusting the hood of her child-sized stillsuit. The suit's recycling systems hummed softly against her skin, a constant reminder of water's preciousness on Arrakis. She had worn a stillsuit since she could walk, but the full-sized model with its complete moisture reclamation systems had been fitted only recently, marking her transition from very young child to young child with responsibilities. Her older brother, Kerith, stood nearby with a group of older children who would take a different route to another collection site. At 13, he had been making these journeys for years and never missed an opportunity to remind Inari of his greater experience. "Try not to get lost this time," he teased, referencing an incident during her last expedition when she had become briefly separated from the group while examining a particularly interesting rock formation. "I wasn't lost," Inari protested. "I was exploring." "Exploring gets you eaten by worms," Kerith replied with the casual cruelty of siblings. "And then we'd have to reclaim your water without a proper ceremony." "Enough, Kerith," their mother intervened. "Go to your group. The sun waits for no one." With a final smirk in Inari's direction, Kerith joined the older children who were already filing out through the hidden entrance of the siege. Inari watched him go, a familiar mixture of admiration and irritation swirling within her. She wanted to be like her confident, capable brother, but sometimes his teasing left a sting. The women's group departed shortly after, moving in the careful, rhythmic steps that all Fremen mastered, the walking pattern that minimized vibrations in the sand, reducing the risk of attracting the great sandworms. Inari fell into the pace naturally, having practiced the worm walk since her earliest days. Her small feet found the pattern without conscious thought, a dance her body knew by heart. The journey would take most of the day. The wind traps and catch basins were positioned far from the siege for security, scattered in a pattern that would appear random to outsiders, but made perfect sense to those who understood the prevailing winds and moisture patterns of this particular region. The group would visit 3 collection points, gathering the precious water that had accumulated since the last collection journey. As they emerged from the rocky shield that concealed the siege, the first rays of sunlight were just beginning to illuminate the vast desert. The dunes stretched before them like a frozen golden sea, their shapes transformed since the last time Inari had seen them. The wind was the great sculptor of Arrakis, constantly reshaping the landscape, erasing footprints, creating new patterns in an endless dance of creation and dissolution. Inari loved this time of day when the air was still cool and the light cast long shadows across the sand. The desert seemed magical then, full of possibilities and secrets waiting to be discovered. Despite the serious purpose of their journey, she couldn't help the small thrill of excitement that ran through her as they set out across the open sand. The group moved in near silence, saving moisture and energy, communicating when necessary through the hand signals that all Fremen children learned before they learned to speak. Occasionally one of the women would point out something of importance, a sign of recent worm activity, a pattern in the sand that indicated a change in the underground geology, the subtle markers that helped them navigate without obvious trails that might be detected by enemies. Inari absorbed these lessons eagerly, storing away each piece of knowledge. She had been born to the desert, but there was always more to learn about their harsh home. The older women often said that Arrakis taught by killing mistakes, but they worked hard to ensure the children learned enough to survive without paying that ultimate price. The first collection point was reached without incident as the sun climbed higher in the sky. The wind trap was a marvel of Fremen engineering, a nearly invisible arrangement of materials designed to catch and condense the minimal moisture present in the air, channeling it to a hidden basin beneath the sand. The women worked efficiently, transferring the collected water to their containers, measuring and recording the amount with precise notation. Inari helped where she could, mostly by holding tools and listening carefully to the instructions and observations of the adults. She watched with fascination as her mother tested the water for purity, explaining each step of the process. Even the smallest contamination can poison a whole system, Salah told her. Remember, water is life, but impure water brings death. Inari nodded, committing the lesson to memory. Every drop they collected would eventually join the vast secret reservoirs of the Sietch, contributing to the dream that sustained all Fremen. The dream of one day transforming Arrakis from a desert wasteland into a green paradise. The second collection point was farther, requiring a crossing of open desert that demanded extra vigilance. Here, the dunes were higher, their slopes steeper and more challenging to navigate. The group adjusted their routes several times to avoid signs of recent worm activity, adding time to their journey but increasing their safety. By midday, the heat had intensified, the air shimmering above the sand. Even through her still suit and desert-trained physiology, Inari felt the power of the sun bearing down. The group paused in the shadow of a tall dune to rest briefly and share a minimal amount of water. Just enough to prevent dangerous dehydration, never enough to satisfy thirst completely. Water discipline was not merely a practice on Arrakis, it was a way of life, a philosophy embodied in every action. As they prepared to move on toward the final collection point, Inari found herself lagging slightly behind the others. A flash of something unusual had caught her eye, a strange shimmer at the top of a nearby dune that didn't match the typical heat distortion. Curious by nature, she hesitated, torn between following the group and investigating the anomaly. The shimmer appeared again, like water reflecting light, though she knew that was impossible here in the open desert. A mirage, perhaps? She had heard the elders speak of such things, optical illusions caused by heat and light playing tricks on the eyes. But she had never seen one herself. Decision made, Inari detoured slightly, climbing the slope of the dune with careful steps. The group continued forward, temporarily obscured from her view by the undulating landscape. She told herself she would be quick, just a glance to satisfy her curiosity before rejoining the others. The climb was steeper than it had appeared from below, the sand shifting beneath her feet despite her practiced stride. But Inari was determined, her young mind focused on discovering the source of the mysterious shimmer. As she approached the crest of the dune, the air seemed to vibrate with an energy she couldn't explain. Not the familiar heat of the day, but something different. Something alive. She paused just before reaching the top, suddenly cautious. Fremen children were taught early to trust their instincts, and something was telling her to proceed with care. Dropping to her hands and knees, she crawled the final distance, peering carefully over the edge of the dune ridge. What she saw froze her in place, her breath catching in her throat. In the vast basin between the dune she stood upon and the next great sand mountain, a massive shape was stirring. At first her mind couldn't process its scale. It seemed impossible that anything so enormous could move with such fluid grace. But as she watched, the reality of what she was seeing became clear. A great sandworm, a true maker, was emerging from the depths. Unlike the young worms sometimes seen during training exercises, this was an ancient one, its segmented body so vast that Inari couldn't see its full length from her vantage point. It rose from the sand like a living mountain, rings of crystalline teeth catching the sunlight as its circular mouth broke the surface. The sand cascaded from its segments in golden rivers as it arched upward, its movement creating a sound that Inari felt in her bones rather than heard with her ears, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to connect directly to her heart. Fear was the expected response to such a sight. Fear was rational. Fear was survival. But what washed over Inari in that moment wasn't fear at all. It was awe, pure and overwhelming. The Maker didn't simply emerge from the sand, it transformed it. becoming a bridge between the hidden world below and the vast sky above. Shai Hulud, she whispered, using the reverent name by which her people addressed the great worms. The name felt different on her tongue now that she was faced with the reality of the Maker's presence. Not just a word learned in lessons, but a prayer, an acknowledgement of something beyond human understanding. The worm continued its graceful arc, rising higher before beginning to turn. With perfect stillness, Inari watched as its massive head slowly swiveled in her direction. Though sandworms had no eyes as humans understood them, she felt with absolute certainty that the Maker was aware of her presence, that it was looking at her with senses she could not comprehend. Time seemed to stop. The wind held its breath. The universe narrowed to just the girl and the worm, regarding each other across the golden divide. Then, with a movement of impossible delicacy for something so enormous, the Maker began to submerge once more. It did not charge or attack, but simply slipped back into the deep desert as gracefully as it had emerged, leaving only a rippling pattern in the sand to mark its passing. Inari remained frozen in place long after the worm had disappeared, her mind struggling to process what she had witnessed. It was only the sound of her name being called, distant but growing more urgent, that finally broke her trance. Inari! Inari! Her mother's voice carried across the dunes, edged with concern. Scrambling to her feet, Inari hurried back down the slope, her movements clumsy in her haste and lingering wonder. She found her mother and two other women retracing their steps, faces tight with worry. "Where did you go?" Sala demanded, gripping Inari's shoulders once she was within reach. "We turned around, and you were gone." "I saw something," Inari began, then paused, suddenly uncertain how to describe the experience. "I climbed the dune to look." "You know better than to separate from the group," her mother scolded, relief giving way to anger born of fear. "The open desert is not a place for wandering." "I'm sorry," Inari said, though her thoughts were still with the Maker and the strange moment they had shared. "I didn't mean to worry you." Something in her daughter's expression gave Sala pause. The anger faded from her face, replaced by curiosity and concern of a different kind. "What did you see that was worth such risk?" she asked more gently. Inari took a breath, trying to find words adequate to the experience. "A Maker," she said simply. "The biggest one. It came up from the sand, and it saw me." The women exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from skepticism to a more complex mix of emotions. "A small worm, perhaps," one suggested. "The young ones sometimes breach near the surface when hunting sand plankton." But Inari shook her head firmly. "Not small. Huge. Bigger than the Siege. It shimmered like a breathing mountain." Something in her voice, in the quiet certainty of her description, silenced further doubt. Sala studied her daughter's face, seeing something there that hadn't been present before. A depth, a stillness that reminded her of the elders who had spent lifetimes in communion with the desert. "We should continue," she said finally. "The third basin waits, and we've lost time." The rest of the journey passed in a dreamlike state for Inari. She followed the group, performed her tasks, responded when spoken to, but her mind kept returning to the Maker. She replayed the moment in her memory, the great rings of teeth, the ancient power of its movement, the sense of being seen by something that existed on a different plane of awareness than humans. The other women watched her with subtle concern, noting her unusual quietness, the distant look in her eyes. By the time they returned to the Siege, the story had spread among the water carriers. The child, Inari, had seen a great maker and returned changed. Their arrival coincided with that of the other collection groups, including Kerith's. He found his sister sitting quietly apart from the bustle of homecoming, drawing patterns in the sand with a slender stick. Curious about the whispers he had overheard, he approached and crouched beside her. "I hear you got lost again," he said, his tone lacking its usual teasing edge. Inari didn't look up, continuing to trace a spiraling pattern that Kerith recognized with a jolt as the ring pattern of a great worm. Her movements were precise, almost ritualistic, her eyes wide and focused on something beyond the physical design taking shape in the sand. "I wasn't lost," she said softly. "I was exactly where I needed to be." "They say you saw a worm," Kerith pressed, uncomfortable with this unfamiliar version of his sister. A big one. Now Inari did look up, and Kerith was startled by the expression in her eyes, a clarity and certainty that seemed at odds with her 9 years. "It was beautiful," she said simply. "I never knew they could be beautiful." Kerith had been prepared to scoff, to dismiss her story as childish imagination or exaggeration, but something in her voice silenced his skepticism. He had seen worms himself, of course, from a safe distance during training exercises or from the back of an ornithopter. He had felt the fear and respect that all Fremen held for the Makers. But beauty? That was not a word he had ever associated with the fearsome creatures. "Were you scared?" he asked instead, genuinely curious. Inari considered the question seriously. "No," she said after a moment. "Not scared. It felt right, like meeting someone important you've heard about all your life." She returned to her drawing, adding more detail to the spiral pattern, her small fingers moving with surprising precision. Kerith watched in silence, his plan teasing forgotten in the face of his sister's quiet certainty. The story of Ingari's encounter spread through the sietch as the evening progressed. During the communal meal, she found herself the subject of curious glances and whispered conversations. Some were skeptical. Children often had vivid imaginations after all, and the line between reality and fantasy could blur in young minds. But others, particularly the elders, observed her with more thoughtful consideration. One of these was Verda, a woman so old that her exact age had become a matter of sietch legend. Her frame was bent and thin, her skin a web of fine lines etched by desert winds, but her eyes remained sharp, missing nothing. She had been a Sayadina, a priestess of the rites, before age had led her to pass those duties to younger women. As the meal concluded and people began to disperse to evening tasks, Verda approached the place where Inari sat with her family. With a respectful nod to Sahla, she addressed the child directly. "I would hear about your maker," she said, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "If you would tell me." Inari looked up at the ancient woman with surprise. It was an honor to be addressed by one of Verda's standing, especially for a child. Her parents exchanged glances, but didn't interfere. "I don't know if I can explain it right," Inari said hesitantly. Verda lowered herself carefully to sit beside the girl, her joints protesting the movement, but her dignity undiminished. "Try," she encouraged. "Tell me what you saw with your eyes and what you saw with your heart." Encouraged by this understanding, Inari began to describe her encounter. As she spoke, her initial hesitancy gave way to a flow of words that surprised even her. She described the Maker's emergence from the sand, the way the sunlight had played across its segments, the deep vibration she had felt in her chest. But she also tried to express the less tangible aspects of the experience, the sense of time slowing, the feeling of connection. the absence of fear where fear should have been. Verda listened without interruption, her weathered face revealing nothing. Around them, others had paused in their activities to listen as well, drawn by the child's unexpectedly eloquent description. When Inari finally fell silent, Verda remained quiet for a long moment, her gaze turned inward as though considering something only she could see. Then she reached out one gnarled hand and gently touched the girl's cheek. "The worm chose to let you see it," she said softly. "Such moments are rare gifts, even among our people who have lived with the Makers for generations." "But why me?" Inari asked, giving voice to the question that had been troubling her. "I'm just a child." "Perhaps because you are a child," Verda replied. "The young sometimes see clearly what is obscured to older eyes by experience and expectation." She smiled, the expression transforming her severe features. "Or perhaps Shai-Hulud has plans for you that are yet to be revealed." This statement sent a murmur through the gathered listeners. To be noticed by a maker was considered significant in Fremen culture. Their religion held the sandworms as manifestations of divine will, physical embodiments of God's power in the universe. A direct encounter such as Inari described was rare enough to be remarkable, even among a people who had coexisted with the creatures for millennia. "What should I do?" Inari asked, overwhelmed by the implications of Verda's words. The old woman considered her question with the seriousness it deserved. "For now, carry the experience in your heart," she advised. "Let it teach you in the quiet moments. The meaning may unfold slowly, like a plant growing from seed." With these words, Verda rose carefully to her feet, effectively concluding the impromptu gathering. As the crowd dispersed, Inari remained seated, turning the elder's advice over in her mind. Carry the experience in her heart, let it teach her. These instructions were both simple and profoundly difficult. That night, as she prepared for sleep in the family's quarters, Inari found her thoughts returning again and again to the Maker. When she closed her eyes, she could see it perfectly. The massive curve of its body against the sky, the cascade of sand, the ancient power of its movement. The image wasn't fearful but comforting, like a prayer or a story told so many times it became part of the listener. Her mother came to sit beside her sleeping pallet, her expression thoughtful in the dim light of the glow globe. "You should rest," she said softly. "It has been a long day." Inari nodded, but didn't close her eyes. "Mother?" she asked after a moment. "Have you ever seen a great maker up close?" Sala smoothed her daughter's hair with a gentle hand. "Once," she admitted, "when I was much older than you are now. A group of us were caught in the open when a storm changed direction unexpectedly. We had to call a worm to escape. Were you afraid?" "Very afraid," Sahala said honestly, "but also in awe. The Makers are beyond our understanding in many ways." She studied her daughter's face. "But your experience was different. You did not call the worm, yet it did not attack. It saw you and chose to leave you unharmed. It felt like," Inari struggled to find the words, "like it knew me. Not me, Inari, but me as part of everything. Part of the desert." Sala was silent for a long moment, absorbing this. Then she said, "There is an old saying among the desert people. To know the Maker is to know yourself. Perhaps you have begun a journey that many seek but few find." "What journey?" Inari asked, but her mother only smiled and bent to kiss her forehead. "Sleep now," she said. "The desert will still be there tomorrow with all its mysteries." Despite her mother's advice, sleep was elusive that night. When it finally came, Inari's dreams were filled with sand and massive shapes moving beneath its surface. But these weren't nightmares. They were visions of connection, of belonging to the vast ecosystem of Arrakis in a way she had never consciously considered before. In the days that followed, Inari went about her normal activities, her lessons with the other children, her chores within the siege, her training in the ways of water discipline and survival. But those who knew her well noticed subtle changes. She moved with new awareness, listened more than she spoke, and often seemed to be hearing something beyond the immediate conversations around her. She began spending time alone when possible, sitting in quiet corners of the siege with her small collection of treasures, interesting stones, a feather from a desert bird, patterns drawn in the sand. Sometimes she would whisper what sounded like poetry, though when asked she would say she was just thinking aloud. Kerith, initially uncomfortable with his sister's transformation, gradually adjusted to this new version of Inari. Their relationship shifted, not dramatically, but noticeably. His teasing became gentler, and sometimes he would sit quietly beside her, asking questions about her thoughts and actually listening to the answers. "Do you think you'll see the Maker again?" he asked her one evening as they sat at the entrance to one of the Siege's observation posts, watching the sun set over the vast Dune sea. Inari considered the question seriously, as she did most things now. "I don't know," she said finally, "but I feel it sometimes, even when I can't see it, moving deep below, listening to the desert." "How can a worm listen?" Kerith asked, genuinely curious rather than skeptical. "Not with ears," Inari tried to explain. "With being. The same way the desert knows when a storm is coming or when the seasons change." She looked at her brother. "Haven't you ever felt that the sand knows you're there?" Kerith started to dismiss the idea, then paused, remembering moments during his own desert training when he had experienced inexplicable sensations, prescient awareness of dangers, comfort in desolate places, connections that defied rational explanation. "Maybe," he admitted, "sometime." Inari smiled, satisfied with this concession. They sat in companionable silence as the light faded, painting the dunes in deepening shades of gold and amber and finally purple. The first stars appeared, pinpricks of light in the darkening sky, harbingers of the spectacular celestial display that would soon unfold above the desert. "Do you think the Makers see the stars?" Inari asked suddenly. Kerith blinked, surprised by the question. "I don't think they come above the sand much except to feed," he said practically. "And they don't have eyes like we do." "But they know things," Inari persisted. "The old stories say they're wise, that they remember the time before humans came to Arrakis." "Those are just stories," Kerith said, but without conviction. In truth, he wasn't sure what to believe about the great worms. They were part of Fremen life, both practically and spiritually, but their true nature remained largely mysterious, despite generations of coexistence. Inari didn't argue the point, but her expression suggested she had her own ideas on the matter. As darkness fully claimed the desert, they returned to the interior of the siege, rejoining the rhythm of community life that continued regardless of individual epiphanies or cosmic questions. 2 weeks after her encounter with the Maker, Inari approached Verda after the evening meal. The old woman was seated in her customary place, slightly apart from the main gathering, where those seeking guidance or wisdom could find her. "Sayadina," Inari began formally, using the title Verda had once held. "May I ask something?" Verda gestured to the space beside her, inviting the child to sit. "Of course, little sister." Inari settled cross-legged on the floor, arranging her thoughts carefully before speaking. "Since I saw the Maker," she said slowly, "I've been having feelings about the desert, about water, about things I don't understand." "What kind of feelings?" Verda prompted gently when the girl hesitated. "Like everything is connected. The sand, the sky, the water in our bodies, the makers below." Inari frowned, frustrated by the inadequacy of words. "And I keep thinking of patterns, circles within circles, like the rings of the worm, but bigger, everywhere." Verda nodded, unsurprised. "These are not unusual thoughts for one who has truly seen Shai-Hulud," she said. "The Makers exist in a state of being that touches many levels of reality. To witness them is to glimpse those other levels, if only for a moment." "But what does it mean?" Inari pressed. "Am I supposed to do something?" The elder's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Always, the young want immediate purpose," she observed. "But some seeds take time to germinate, especially in the desert." Her expression grew more serious. "For now, I would suggest you learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your whole being. The desert speaks many languages, dreams, intuitions, the patterns you've noticed." "How do I listen better?" Inari asked. "Begin with silence," Verda advised. "Find times to be still, even amidst the bustle of siege life. And when you go into the desert, which I suspect you will do whenever permitted, pay attention to your responses. What draws your eye? What patterns emerge? What feelings arise when you touch the sand or taste the wind?" These instructions seemed both simple and impossibly complex, but Inari nodded her understanding. The guidance resonated with what she had already been experiencing, an increased sensitivity to the world around her, a deepening awareness of patterns and connections. "Thank you, Sayadina," she said, rising to leave. Verda stopped her with a gentle touch. "Remember, little sister, that you are not alone in this journey. Many have walked the path of deeper understanding, though each finds their own way along it. When you need guidance, seek it. From the elders, from the teachings, from the desert itself." With these words of encouragement, Inari rejoined her family, carrying Verda's advice alongside the memory of the Maker that had increasingly come to define her young life. The opportunity to return to the open desert came sooner than expected. A smaller water collection journey was organized to check on a wind trap that had been behaving irregularly, producing less moisture than expected. Due to the limited nature of the expedition, fewer people were needed, but children were included for educational purposes. Both Inari and Kerith were among those selected to accompany the adults. Inari could barely contain her excitement as they prepared to depart. Since her encounter with the Maker, she had felt confined within the siege despite its considerable size and complexity. The open desert called to her now in a way it never had before, a siren song she felt in her bones. The small group emerged from the siege just after dawn, when the air was still cool and travel was most efficient. They moved at a steady pace across the dunes, following a different route than the one Inari had taken during her previous journey. The wind trap they needed to inspect was located in a region of smaller, more tightly packed dunes interspersed with patches of flat, compacted sand, a different ecosystem within the greater desert. As they walked, Inari found herself noticing details she might have overlooked before. The precise angle of ripples formed by the night winds, the subtle variations in sand color that indicated different mineral compositions, the nearly invisible traces of desert creatures that had passed in the darkness. The desert was a vast book, written in a complex language of signs and symbols, and she was just beginning to decipher its most basic vocabulary. Kerith walked beside her for much of the journey, occasionally pointing out interesting features or sharing knowledge he had gained during his more extensive desert experiences. Their relationship had continued to evolve since Inari's encounter with the Maker, developing a newfound mutual respect that tempered their sibling rivalry. "Look there," he said at one point, indicating a subtle disturbance in the sand ahead. "Sand fox tracks. They hunt at night and burrow during the day to escape the heat." Inari studied the delicate prints with interest. "How do they find water?" she asked, always returning to the central preoccupation of all life on Arrakis. "Their bodies are incredibly efficient," Kirith explained, repeating information he had learned from the survival teachers. "They can extract every drop of moisture from their food and reduce water loss almost to zero." Inari nodded, filing this information away. Every creature on Arrakis had developed unique strategies for surviving in the harsh environment, adaptations that the Fremen had observed and, in many cases, incorporated into their own practices. The relationship between the human and non-human inhabitants of the desert was one of the patterns she had been contemplating since her encounter with the Maker. The group reached the wind trap by mid-morning. It was smaller than the ones Inari had seen on her previous expedition, designed to capture moisture from a particular air current that flowed between the dunes in this region. The adults immediately set to work examining the mechanism, looking for damage or blockages that might explain its reduced efficiency. While the inspection was underway, the children were set to practice their observation skills, recording various aspects of the surrounding desert: wind patterns, sand composition, signs of life, anything that might affect the wind trap's operation. Inari wandered a short distance from the others, staying within sight but seeking a vantage point that would give her a broader perspective on the landscape. She climbed partway up a nearby dune, careful to maintain the proper walking rhythm despite her eagerness. From her elevated position, the desert revealed itself in new ways. She could see how the dunes formed patterns when viewed from above, not random piles of sand, but organized structures shaped by the consistent forces of wind and gravity. There was a mathematical precision to their arrangement, a harmony that reminded her of music or poetry. As she stood absorbing this vista, a peculiar sensation crept over her, a feeling of being watched, not by human eyes, but by something vast and ancient. The feeling wasn't threatening, but it was intense, a pressure at the edge of her awareness. Slowly, deliberately, Inari knelt in the sand. She placed her palms flat against its surface, feeling the heat that had built as the day progressed. Closing her eyes, she tried to follow Verda's advice, to listen not just with her ears, but with her whole being. At first, there was only the immediate sensory input, the warmth of the sand, the whisper of wind, the distant voices of the work party. But as she remained still, focusing inward, other impressions began to form. A vibration too subtle to be felt by ordinary means. A rhythm like breathing, but vastly slower. A sense of movement far below, deliberate and purposeful. "The Makers," she whispered to herself, understanding intuitively what she was perceiving. Not the physical presence of worms nearby, there were no surface signs of that, but a deeper awareness of their existence within the living system of the desert. They were always there, moving through the deep sand, part of the planet's fundamental processes. Not separate creatures, but integral components of Arrakis itself. This realization brought a profound sense of peace. The Maker she had seen had not been an isolated entity, but a manifestation of something that permeated the entire planet. In witnessing it, she had connected to that greater whole, becoming aware of relationships that most people, even among the Fremen, only dimly perceived. The sound of her name being called broke Inari's reverie. Looking down, she saw Kerith signaling that it was time to rejoin the group. The wind trap inspection had been completed, and they would need to return to the siege soon to avoid the worst heat of the day. As she descended the dune to rejoin the others, Inari carried her new understanding like a precious stone tucked safely in a pocket. It was still rough, unpolished, its full value not yet apparent, but she sensed it was a beginning, a first step on a path that would continue to unfold before her as she grew. The journey back to the siege was conducted in near silence, each member of the party conserving energy in the increasing heat. Inari walked with a new rhythm, not quite the traditional Fremen pattern, but a variation that felt right to her, that connected her steps to the breathing of the desert beneath her feet. Kerith noticed the change, observing his sister with curious eyes. "You're walking differently," he commented during a brief rest in the shadow of a rock formation. "Not wrong, just different." Inari hadn't been conscious of the change, but recognized the truth of his observation. "It feels right," she said simply, "like the desert is teaching me." Kerith might have scoffed at such a statement before, but now he simply nodded, accepting that his sister was experiencing something beyond his current understanding. When they returned to the siege, Inari sought out a quiet corner away from the usual activity. There, with a small stick, she began to draw in a patch of sand she had dampened slightly to hold the shape of her markings. The patterns that emerged weren't random, but reflected what she had sensed during her communion with the desert. Concentric circles representing the interconnected systems of Arrakis, spirals signifying the paths of the makers through the deep sand, lines connecting various elements to show relationships and flows of energy. She was so absorbed in her creation that she didn't notice her mother's approach until Sala spoke. "What are you drawing, daughter?" Inari looked up, momentarily disoriented as she transitioned from her internal vision to the external world. "The desert," she said after a pause, "and the makers, and us, all together." Sala studied the complex pattern with thoughtful eyes. There was something both childlike and profoundly sophisticated about the design, a synthesis of direct observation and intuitive understanding that transcended Inari's years and formal education. "It's beautiful," she said simply. "It's true," Inari replied, this distinction seeming more important to her than aesthetics. "This is how everything fits together. I can see it now, since the Maker showed me." Rather than dismissing this statement as childish imagination, Sala considered it seriously. The Fremen way of life balanced practicality with mysticism, technological skill with spiritual awareness. Their harsh environment required concrete skills for survival, but it also inspired a deep connection to the fundamental forces of life and death, growth and decay, that shaped their existence. "Some truths can only be seen with the inner eye," she said finally. "The eyes of the mind and heart, not just the body. Perhaps the Maker opened that eye for you." Inari nodded, pleased that her mother understood. "Verda says I should listen to the desert, that it speaks many languages." "Verda is wise," Sala acknowledged. "But remember that you must still live in the world of people and practical needs. Balance is essential, as in all things on Arrakis." This was gentle guidance rather than criticism, and Inari accepted it as such. She knew her recent preoccupation had sometimes distracted her from her regular duties and lessons. Finding a way to integrate her new awareness with the demands of daily life would be her next challenge. In the weeks and months that followed, Inari gradually found that balance. She attended to her education and responsibilities within the siege, while continuing to develop her unique connection to the desert. Her drawings became more refined, evolving into a personal symbolic language that helped her process and communicate her insights. Sometimes she would sit with Verda, sharing her latest understandings and receiving guidance on how to interpret and apply them. The old woman never imposed her own views, but asked questions that helped Inari clarify her thoughts and deepen her exploration. "What does this symbol represent?" Verda might ask, pointing to a particular element in one of Inari's sand drawings. "The way water moves through everything," Inari would explain. "Not just the visible water in our systems, but the hidden moisture in the air, in our bodies, even trapped in the deep rock. It's all one water, really, just changing forms." Verda would nod, recognizing in these intuitive insights echoes of advanced teachings that were normally reserved for adult initiates of the Fremen mystical traditions. Other children gradually stopped thinking of Inari as strange and began to see her as someone with special knowledge, occasionally seeking her out with questions of their own. She never claimed superior wisdom, but shared her perspectives openly, recognizing that each person would understand according to their own level of awareness. Kerith became one of her most attentive listeners, his initial discomfort with her transformation giving way to genuine interest and respect. Though he didn't experience the desert in the same way she did, he appreciated the value of her insights and often helped translate them into practical application. "If what you're sensing about the underground water patterns is accurate," he told her one day, "it might help the waterfinders locate new catchment sites." Inari hadn't considered this practical application of her awareness, but she recognized its importance. Water was life for the Fremen, and any knowledge that could help secure or increase their supply was invaluable. With Kerith's encouragement, she began sharing some of her observations with the waterfinders and engineers of the Siege. Initially skeptical, they gradually came to respect her unusual perspicacity, particularly when several of her suggestions led to successful discoveries of moisture pockets that had been overlooked by conventional methods. As seasons passed and Inari grew, her relationship with the desert and its makers deepened and evolved. She never again experienced a direct encounter as dramatic as that first sighting of the Great Worm. But she didn't need to. That singular moment had opened a door that remained accessible through quieter, more subtle means, through dreams and meditations, through the symbols she drew in sand, through the poetry she whispered to herself as she walked the dunes. The Great Maker had shown itself to her, a child with eyes unclouded by preconception, and in doing so had revealed a truth that many spend lifetimes seeking, that the apparent separation between beings is illusory, that the desert and its creatures and its human inhabitants are all expressions of a single, vast, complex system. Different notes in the same cosmic song. And as she grew from child to adolescent and began the journey toward adulthood, Inari carried this truth within her like a seed carried by the wind, waiting for the right conditions to grow into something that would change not just her life, but perhaps, in ways yet to be revealed, the life of all Arrakis. For the desert is patient, and its wisdom unfolds in its own time, like water slowly wearing away stone, like sand shifting to reveal what lies beneath, like the great makers moving through the deep places on journeys only they fully comprehend. The evening air shimmered with suspended spice particles, tiny motes of cinnamon-colored dust that caught the light of the setting suns and transformed the landscape into something magical. Lady Helena Ricchisi stood at the viewport of the ornithopter, one hand pressed against the glass as she observed the harvesting operation below. Beside her, 7-year-old Ileana pressed her own smaller hand to the window, mirroring her mother's pose. "It's so beautiful," the child whispered, her breath fogging the glass slightly, like golden snow. Helena smiled at the comparison. Her daughter had never seen actual snow, having spent most of her young life on Arrakis, where the climate was carefully controlled. But she had read about it in stories and seen it in films. The spice-laden sands of Arrakis did indeed have a quality reminiscent of drifting snowflakes when stirred by the massive harvesters. "It's beautiful, yes," Helena agreed, "but also very dangerous. The melange is precious, but collecting it costs many lives." This was their third day observing the operations from a safe distance. Helena's husband, Count Ilian Rachisi, was negotiating trade agreements with House Harkonnen, the current stewards of Arrakis. While the men conducted their business, Helena had taken it upon herself to learn about the spice that was the foundation of the Empire's economy and the reason for their visit to this harsh desert world. Ileana clutched a doll to her chest as she watched the harvesters below. The toy was well loved, its fabric body soft and slightly worn from years of constant companionship. It had been made for her by her grandmother before the old woman passed away, and Ileana had named it Mira. The doll had traveled with her across the stars, a constant in the ever-changing landscape of diplomatic visits and formal functions that marked life in a noble house. "Will we go down again today?" Ileana asked, turning from the window to look at her mother. "I want to feel the sand between my toes." Helena hesitated. Their previous visits to the surface had been brief and carefully controlled, limited to the protected zones near the harvesters where security was tight and the danger from sandworms minimal. Even so, she had seen how her daughter's eyes lit up at the direct experience of the desert, so different from the sterile environments she was accustomed to. "Perhaps," she said, "if your father finishes his meetings early enough, and if the wind doesn't pick up." The pilot's voice came over the intercom, interrupting their conversation. "Lady Rachisi, we've received a message from the carryall team. They're detecting unusual activity deeper in the desert. As a precaution, they're suggesting we maintain a higher altitude for the remainder of the observation." Helena acknowledged the message, suppressing a sigh of disappointment. Ileana's face fell at the news, understanding that it likely meant no surface visit today. "We'll try again tomorrow," Helena promised, though she knew their time on Arrakis was drawing to a close. The negotiations were nearly complete, and her husband was eager to return to Rachisi and the comforts of home. The ornithopter banked slightly, adjusting its course to maintain a safe distance from the harvesting operation while still providing a view. As it did, Ileana shifted position and her doll slipped from her grasp. The child made a quick grab for it, but succeeded only in pushing it toward the partially open side window, where the pilots sometimes took atmospheric readings. "Mira!" Ileana cried as the doll disappeared through the narrow opening, plummeting toward the desert below. Helena pulled her daughter back from the window, alarmed by how far she had leaned out in her instinctive attempt to catch the falling toy. "Ileana, be careful." "But Mira fell," the child sobbed, struggling against her mother's restraining arms. "We have to go back for her." Helena held her daughter close, understanding her distress but all too aware of the impossibility of her request. The doll had fallen into an active harvesting area, making retrieval not merely difficult but potentially deadly. No one would risk lives for a child's toy, however beloved. "I'm so sorry, darling," she said gently. "We can't go back. It's too dangerous." Ileana's tears flowed freely, her small body shaking with the force of her grief. To an adult, the loss of a toy might seem a small thing, but Helena understood that for her daughter, Mira represented security, continuity, and the connection to a grandmother she barely remembered. It was a loss that cut deeply. The journey back to their quarters in Carthag, the Harkonnen stronghold, was marked by Illyana's quiet weeping. By the time they arrived, the child was exhausted, her eyes red-rimmed and swollen. Illyana helped her wash and change for dinner, but Illyana showed no interest in the meal, pushing food around her plate without eating while her father discussed the day's negotiations. That night, as Helena tucked her daughter into bed, Illyana looked up with fresh tears, threatening. "What if Mira is scared out there alone?" she whispered. "She doesn't know about the desert." Helena smoothed her daughter's hair back from her forehead. "Mira is brave," she said, "just like you, and perhaps someone will find her and give her a safe place to stay." It was an empty comfort, and they both knew it. The chances of anyone finding a small doll in the vast expanse of the desert were vanishingly small. More likely, Mira would be buried by the shifting sands or destroyed by the harvesting machinery. "Try to sleep now," Helena urged gently. Things often look brighter in the morning. But long after she had kissed her daughter goodnight and retired to her own chambers, Helena could hear Illyana's muffled sobs through the thin walls of their temporary quarters. The sound tore at her heart, but she knew there was nothing more she could do to ease this particular pain. Miles away, across the undulating dunes now bathed in the silver light of Arrakis's moons, 11-year-old Liette moved silently through the spice fields. The harvesters had departed hours ago, their carryalls lifting them to safety as the day ended. Now the vast machines sat dormant at the edge of the operational zone, guarded by Harkonnen soldiers who paid little attention to the open desert beyond their assigned perimeter. Liette was not supposed to be here. His father, the Fremen planetologist known to outsiders as Pardo Kynes, had strict rules about approaching the spice operations. The Harkonnen guards were known for their cruelty and would think nothing of shooting a native child caught trespassing. But Liette had developed a fascination with the massive harvesters and regularly slipped away from the siege to observe them from a distance. Tonight, he had a specific purpose. During the day's operations, he had noticed an unusual disturbance in the normal harvesting pattern. The machines had paused briefly, redirected, then continued on a slightly altered course. Something had fallen from one of the observation ornithopters, something that the harvesters had been instructed to avoid rather than simply process along with the sand and spice. Curiosity piqued, Liette had marked the location in his mind and waited for darkness to investigate. Now, moving with the silent, rhythmic stride that all Fremen children mastered early, he approached the area where he had seen the disturbance. The spice-laden sand glittered in the moonlight, its cinnamon scent heavy in the still night air. Liette breathed it in, feeling the familiar slight intoxication that came with concentrated exposure to melange. The spice was everywhere on Arrakis, but here, where the harvesters had churned up deep deposits, its presence was particularly potent. He paused, scanning the ground carefully. Something pale caught his eye, a small object, half buried in the disturbed sand. Crouching down, Liette gently brushed away the surrounding grains to reveal his find. It was a doll unlike any he had seen before. The Fremen children had toys, of course, but they were simple things made from materials at hand. Carved bits of rock, figures shaped from compacted sand, small implements that doubled as both playthings and practical tools. This doll was clearly from off-world, its fabric body soft and finely stitched, its features delicately embroidered. Liette lifted it carefully from its sandy bed. It had suffered from its fall and subsequent partial burial. One arm was nearly detached, hanging by a few threads, and its dress was torn and stained with spice. But there was something about it that tugged at his heart, a sense of personality and history that transcended its current bedraggled state. "Where did you come from?" he whispered to it, turning it gently in his hands. The doll, of course, offered no answer, but Liet's mind filled with possibilities. He had observed the ornithopters that circled above the harvesting operations, knew they sometimes carried imperial observers or representatives from the great houses. Perhaps this doll had belonged to one of their children, a young noble from some water-rich world who would never know what it was to fear thirst or to measure wealth in drops rather than coins. A sound from the direction of the harvester encampment brought Liet's head up sharply. He had lingered too long. Tucking the doll carefully into the folds of his stillsuit, he melted back into the desert darkness, his movements as fluid and untraceable as wind over sand. The journey back to his sietch was long but familiar. Liet had been exploring the desert around his home since he was old enough to walk, gradually expanding his range as he grew more confident in his survival skills. His father, while strict about some things, encouraged this exploration, believing that a deep personal knowledge of Arrakis was essential for the work they were doing to understand and eventually transform the planet. It was well past midnight when Liet finally slipped back into the sietch through one of the smaller, less guarded entrances. The communal areas were quiet, most of the tribe having retired to their sleeping chambers. A few night workers nodded to him as he passed, but asked no questions about his late return. Fremen children were raised to be independent, and Liet's wanderings were well known among his people. In the small chamber he shared with his father, Liet found Pardo still awake, bent over his notes and calculations by the light of a dim glow globe. The elder Kynes looked up as his son entered, his expression a mixture of relief and mild disapproval. "You went to the spice fields again," he said. It wasn't a question. Liet nodded, knowing better than to deny it. "I saw something fall from an ornithopter. I wanted to know what it was." Curiosity tempered Pardo's disapproval. As a scientist, he understood the drive to investigate, to know. "And what did you find?" In answer, Liet carefully extracted the doll from his stillsuit and placed it on the small table between them. In the soft light of the glow globe, it looked even more forlorn than it had in the moonlight, its fabric body stained and torn, one arm barely attached, its once fine clothes reduced to tattered rags. Pardot examined it without touching, his trained observer's eye taking in the details of its construction and condition. "Off-world work," he noted. "Expensive. Probably belonged to a noble child." "It fell from one of the observer craft," Liet confirmed. "The harvesters changed course to avoid it." "Interesting," Pardo murmured. "Someone of sufficient importance to divert a spice harvester for a child's toy." He looked up at his son. "What do you plan to do with it?" Liet hesitated. He hadn't thought beyond finding the doll and bringing it home. "I'm not sure," he admitted. "But it feels wrong to just throw it away. Someone must have loved it very much." Ardad nodded, understanding. The Fremen wasted nothing, particularly things that had value beyond the merely practical. A beloved toy, even one belonging to an off-worlder, deserved respect. "Perhaps you could repair it," he suggested. "The fabric worker might have scraps you could use." The idea took root in Liet's mind immediately. Yes, he could restore the doll, give it new life here in the desert. It would be different, of course, made with Fremen materials, reflecting its new home, but perhaps that was fitting. A transformation not unlike the one his father envisioned for Arrakis itself. "I'll ask Mitha tomorrow," he decided, referring to the sietch's master fabric worker who maintained and repaired their stillsuits and other cloth items. Panit smiled slightly, pleased by his son's decision. "Good. Now, get some sleep. You've had a long day." Liet carefully wrapped the doll in a clean cloth and placed it in the small alcove where he kept his few personal possessions. As he prepared for sleep, his mind was already working through how he might repair it, what materials he would need, how he could preserve its essential character while healing its wounds. In Carthage, Ileana woke to another day without Mira. The initial shock of loss had subsided somewhat, replaced by a dull ache that persisted through her morning preparations. Her mother tried to distract her with stories about their upcoming return journey to Richizi and promises of a new doll when they reached home, but Ileana responded with only half-hearted interest. "It wouldn't be the same," she said quietly as Helena brushed her hair. "Grandmother made Mira special for me." Helena sighed softly, recognizing the truth in her daughter's words. "I know, darling. Some things can't be replaced, but we can honor their memory by finding joy in new things." Ileana considered this, her young face solemn. "Could we make something for Mira?" she asked finally. "Like a remembrance ceremony?" Touched by the suggestion, Helena nodded. "That's a lovely idea. What would you like to make?" "A poem," Ileana decided after a moment's thought. Mira liked poems. I used to recite them to her before sleep. The personification of the doll was a childish fancy, but Helena didn't correct it. Instead, she found paper and a writing stylus, precious commodities on Arrakis, and sat with her daughter as Ileana carefully composed a tribute to her lost companion. The activity seemed to bring the child some comfort, and when Count Ilian appeared to escort them to a formal luncheon with the Harkonnen representatives, Ileana was composed enough to perform her social duties without betraying her personal sorrow. Helena watched her daughter with pride and a touch of sadness, recognizing these small moments of growth that inevitably moved her further from the complete dependency of early childhood. In the siege, Leet's project was underway. Mitha, the fabric worker, had been both amused and intrigued by his request for materials to repair an off-world doll. After examining the damaged toy, she had provided him with scraps of fabric that closely matched its original coloring, strong thread infused with spice resin for durability, and advice on stitching techniques. "The arm needs to be reattached first," she told him, demonstrating the proper way to create a secure seam. "Then you can repair the tears in the body. The dress may need to be completely replaced. It's too damaged to salvage." Liet listened carefully, absorbing the instructions. He had basic sewing skills, as all Fremen did. The ability to repair one's own still suit could mean the difference between life and death in the deep desert. But this delicate work required greater precision than he was accustomed to. Over the next several days, he spent his free time working on the doll. It was a welcome distraction from his studies and chores, a creative challenge that engaged both his hands and his imagination. As he worked, he found himself talking to the doll, telling it about Fremen life, about the desert, about his father's dream of a green Arrakis. "You'll need a new name," he told it as he carefully stitched a new dress from fabric dyed with spice extract, resulting in a subtle pattern of cinnamon swirls on a sand-colored background. "Something that honors both where you came from and where you are now." He considered various possibilities, rolling them over in his mind as he worked. The original name of the doll, if it had one, was unknown to him, but its new identity was taking shape under his careful attention, emerging from the fusion of off-world craftsmanship and Fremen materials. "Miralai," he decided finally. "Water from the sky." It combined elements of Fremen language with sounds that might have originated in the Imperium, a bridge between worlds. The name felt right, acknowledging both the doll's origins among the water-wealthy off-worlders and its new home among people who treasured every drop of moisture. Liet whispered it as he completed the final stitches on the new dress, feeling a sense of satisfaction as the restored doll took on a character that was neither purely off-world nor purely Fremen, but something unique. His father, observing the project's evolution with scientific interest, noted the care his son was taking. "You've become quite invested in this," he remarked one evening as Leet was adding small decorative touches to the doll's clothing, patterns that echoed traditional Fremen designs, but with subtle variations. Liet nodded, slightly embarrassed by his absorption in what might seem a childish pursuit. "It feels important," he tried to explain, "like it's carrying a message between worlds." Pardee considered this thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is," he said. "Objects can be powerful symbols, carriers of meaning beyond their physical form." He picked up the doll, examining Leet's handiwork with approval. "You've done well with the restoration, but I wonder, do you plan to keep it?" The question caught Liet by surprise. He had been so focused on the process of repair and transformation that he hadn't given much thought to what would happen afterward. Would he keep Miralai as a curious souvenir of his forbidden excursion to the spice fields? The idea didn't feel right somehow. "No," he said slowly, working through his thoughts as he spoke. I think it should go back." "Back?" Hortat raised an eyebrow. "To the spice fields. To whoever lost it," Liet clarified. "To the child from the ornithopter." Pardo placed the doll back on the table between them, his expression thoughtful. "That would be difficult," he said carefully. "The off-worlders rarely stay long on Arrakis, and finding one specific person among them, without knowing their name or house affiliation—" "But we have contacts," Liet persisted. "The smugglers who sometimes trade with the Siege, the spice bribers in the cities. Someone could find out which house had a child visiting during the last harvest cycle." His father's eyes narrowed slightly at this evidence of Leet's knowledge of the Siege's less official connections, but he didn't comment on it directly. Instead, he considered the practical aspects of the suggestion. "It might be possible," he conceded, "though it would require using resources for a purpose some might consider frivolous." "Is it frivolous to return something precious to a child?" Liet asked, his young face serious. "Wouldn't we want the same if our positions were reversed?" Pardat smiled slightly, recognizing his own teachings about respect and empathy reflected in his son's argument. "A fair point," he acknowledged. "I'll speak with the Naib about your request." 2 days later, Liet was summoned to meet with Hainar, the leader of their siege. The Naib was a stern man, practical in his leadership and protective of his people's resources, but not unkind. He received Liet in his private quarters, where the doll had been placed on a small table. "Your father tells me you wish to return this to its owner," Hainar said without preamble, gesturing to Miralai. Liet nodded, standing straight under the Naib's evaluating gaze. "Yes, sir. It must have been very important to someone, important enough that they diverted a harvester around it," Hainar noted, "which suggests a child of significant rank." He picked up the doll, examining Leet's repairs. "You've changed it considerably." "I tried to honor both its origins and its time here," Liet explained, "to make it a bridge, not just a repair." Hainar's weathered face softened slightly at this. "A bridge," he repeated. "There is wisdom in that approach." He set the doll down again. "Our water merchants in Carthag have made inquiries. The observers that day were from House Atreides. They departed Arrakis 2 days ago, but they maintain a small permanent residence in the city for trade purposes." Liet's heart sank at the news that the owners had already left the planet. His hope of returning the doll directly seemed suddenly remote. However, Hainar continued, noting the boy's disappointment. They are expected to return within a year for further negotiations. The doll could be left with their household staff to be given to the child on their return. Relief and excitement flooded through Liet. That would be perfect, he said eagerly, but how would we explain where it came from? We can't reveal that I was in the spice fields. A reasonable concern, Hainar agreed. The explanation will be simple. A Fremen found it while legally collecting spice remnants after the harvesters had passed. This was a common practice among the desert people, gleaning the small amounts of spice left behind by the less thorough industrial collection methods. No names will be given, no further contact made. Liet nodded, accepting this approach. Thank you, Naib Hainar. I'm grateful for your help. The older man studied him thoughtfully. Your father says you've shown uncommon empathy in this matter. That's a quality worth nurturing, alongside strength and survival skills. He gestured to the doll. Is there anything else you wish to do before it's sent? Liet hesitated, then nodded. One small addition, if I may. With the Naive's permission, he took Miralai back to his quarters. There he carefully opened a seam at the hem of the doll's new dress and inserted a small slip of fabric on which he had written a message in fine, precise script. It was simple, just a few lines composed in the poetic style that Fremen used for their most important communications, but it expressed what he felt was essential to convey. The next day, the doll was dispatched with a water merchant bound for Carthage, carrying its hidden message across the divide between two very different worlds. In the Richizi compound in Carthage, the days passed with the measured routine of a noble household, temporarily reduced to a skeletal staff. The major family members had returned to their home planet, leaving behind only those necessary to maintain their interests on Arrakis until the next diplomatic visit. Farah, the head of household staff, was therefore surprised when a package arrived addressed to the child of House Atreides. It was brought by one of the city merchants, who occasionally supplied the compound with local goods that couldn't be imported directly from off-world. A lost item, found and returned, the merchant explained briefly, declining to elaborate further or to identify the sender. Intrigued, Farah examined the small parcel after the merchant departed. It was wrapped in simple desert cloth, secured with cord made from plant fibers. Inside, she found a doll, beautifully crafted with an unusual blend of imperial and Fremen aesthetic elements. There was no note, no explanation beyond the merchant's cryptic comment. Farah had served House Atreides for many years and had accompanied the family on their recent visit. She immediately recognized the doll as similar to one the young Lady Ilyana had carried, though this one was clearly altered with local materials and designs. The child had been distraught in the days before their departure, having lost her favorite toy during an observation flight over the spice fields. Remarkable, Fira murmured, turning the doll in her hands. Someone had found the lost toy and painstakingly restored it, using Fremen techniques and materials to repair the damage it must have sustained. The result was a unique fusion, the doll's essential character preserved but transformed by its journey through the desert. Farah placed the doll carefully in a secure cabinet. The Richizi family wasn't scheduled to return to Arrakis for several months, but when they did, she would ensure that Lady Ilyana received this unexpected gift. The child's joy would be worth the wait. Time passed differently on Richizi than it did in the harsh desert environment of Arrakis. For Ilyana, the days expanded to fill themselves with lessons, social engagements appropriate to a young noble, and the gradual healing that comes with distance from loss. She still thought of Mira, but the sharp pain of separation had dulled to a wistful remembrance. Her mother had commissioned a new doll for her, beautifully crafted by the finest artisans on Ricchisi. Ileana had named it Stella and treated it with care, but it occupied a different place in her heart than Mira had. The new doll was a companion, but not a confidant, not yet infused with the years of shared experiences and whispered secrets that had made Mira so special. When the announcement came that her father would be returning to Arrakis for further negotiations, Ileana received the news with mixed emotions. She was curious to see the desert world again, her memories of it already taking on the golden haze of nostalgia. But she also associated the planet with the loss of her beloved doll. "Must I come?" she asked her mother as preparations for the journey began. "Couldn't I stay with Aunt Jocasta instead?" Helena studied her daughter thoughtfully. "Your father feels it's important for you to continue your education about the worlds beyond Ricchisi," she said. "And I believe it would be good for you to see Arrakis again, to replace sad memories with happier ones." Reluctantly, Ileana agreed, and soon they were aboard a guild headliner, beginning the long journey back to the desert planet. She brought Stella with her, carefully packed in her personal luggage, but found herself thinking more often of Mira as they approached their destination. Their arrival in Carthage was marked by the formal reception typical of imperial politics. Harkonnen representatives greeting them with cold courtesy, local officials paying their respects, household staff reporting on the state of their compound during their absence. Ileana observed it all with the quiet attentiveness expected of a noble child, speaking only when directly addressed, her new doll left carefully arranged on her bed in their quarters. It was late in the evening, after the formal dinner had concluded and Ileana was preparing for bed, that Farah appeared at their chambers, requesting a brief audience with the Ricchisi ladies. "I have something that may be of interest to the young mistress," she explained to Helena, her manner suggesting that the matter was of some significance. Curious, Helena invited her in. Ileana looked up from where she sat at the dressing table, allowing her mother's handmaiden to brush her hair before bed. Farah approached and presented a small bundle wrapped in fine fabric. "This arrived some months ago," she said, addressing Ileana directly, "from the desert people. They asked that it be given to the child of House Atreides upon your return." Ileana accepted the bundle with a puzzled expression. It was light in her hands, soft. Carefully, she unwrapped the fabric covering. For a moment, she simply stared, unable to process what she was seeing. Then, with a small cry that was half joy and half disbelief, she lifted the doll from its wrapping. "Mira," she exclaimed, clutching the toy to her chest. "Mother, look, it's Mira." Helena moved closer, examining the doll with amazement. It was indeed recognizable as her daughter's lost companion, though significantly transformed. The original features were intact, but the clothing was new, made from desert fabrics dyed with spice. Subtle patterns adorned the dress, designs that Helena recognized as similar to Fremen symbols she had observed during their previous stay. The repairs were skillful, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. "How is this possible?" she wondered aloud, turning to Farah. "It fell into an active harvesting area. The chances of anyone finding it, let alone returning it." "The desert people have their own ways," Farah replied diplomatically. "They said only that it was found by one who collected spice remnants after the harvesters had passed." Ileana was examining her restored companion with wonder, oblivious to the adult's conversation. "She's different," she observed, tracing the patterns on the new dress with a gentle finger. "But still Mira." "The Fremen must have repaired her with materials they had available," Helena explained, touched by the evident care that had gone into the restoration. It was an unexpected gesture of cross-cultural kindness, a bridge between worlds that rarely connected on such a personal level. As Ileana turned the doll in her hands, a small irregularity at the hem of the dress caught her attention. Investigating more closely, she discovered that the seam was slightly looser there, as though intentionally left that way. Curious, she gently probed the opening and felt something inside. A small slip of fabric concealed within the hem. "There's something in here," she said, carefully extracting the hidden message. The fabric slip was marked with precise, elegant script in a language Ileana didn't recognize. She showed it to her mother, who studied it with interest, but equal in comprehension. "It appears to be Fremen script," Helena said. "A dialect of Chakopsa, I believe." She turned to Farah. "Can anyone in the compound read this?" The head of staff considered for a moment. "Perhaps Dalid, the water merchant who liaises with the Fremen traders. He has learned some of their language out of necessity." Dalid was summoned, and after a respectful delay he appeared at their chambers. He was a middle-aged man with the weathered features of someone who had spent considerable time on Arrakis, though he was not Fremen himself. He examined the fabric slip with careful attention when presented with it. "It's a poem," he explained after a moment, "written in traditional Fremen style, though simplified, perhaps so it might be more easily translated." He cleared his throat and began to read. "Lost from the sky, found in the sand, transformed by journey as water shapes the land. Two worlds meeting in silent, gentle hands. May you find your path across the golden sands." The simple verses hung in the air, their meaning transcending the literal translation. Ileana listened with rapt attention, clutching Mira to her chest. "It's beautiful," she whispered when Dalid had finished. "Whoever found Mira must have taken such care with her." She looked down at the doll, seeing it with new eyes, not just as her restored companion, but as a messenger between cultures, a physical embodiment of kindness extended across the barriers of class, planet, and custom. "I wish I could thank them," she said. Helena placed a gentle hand on her daughter's shoulder. "Perhaps you can, in a way," she suggested, "by honoring the spirit in which Mira was returned to you." Ileana considered this, her young face solemn with thought. Then she nodded decisively. "I'll write a poem too," she declared, "and when we leave Arrakis, we'll ask for it to be given to the Fremen." "A lovely idea," Helena approved, impressed by her daughter's intuitive understanding of the appropriate response. It was a small gesture, but meaningful, an acknowledgement of connection, rather than an attempt to establish ongoing contact that might be unwelcome or politically complicated. That night, as Ileana prepared for sleep, she placed Mira carefully on the pillow beside her. The doll seemed to belong in this desert setting in a way that Stella, left behind on Arrakis, never could. It had been transformed by its journey, bearing the marks of its travels in its very fabric. Helena, checking on her daughter before retiring, found Ileana already asleep, one arm curved protectively around the restored doll. The child's face was peaceful, any lingering sadness from their previous visit to Arrakis erased by this unexpected reunion. As she quietly closed the door, Helena reflected on the strange journey of the doll, from the protected world of imperial privilege to the harsh reality of the desert and back again, forever changed by the experience. It was a small story in the grand tapestry of galactic politics, insignificant against the backdrop of house rivalries and spice commerce, and yet, in its way, it represented something essential, the capacity for kindness and connection that transcended the divisions between different worlds and ways of life. In the deep desert, far from Carthage and its political intrigues, Liet continued his exploration of Arrakis alongside his father. He thought occasionally of Miralai, wondering if the doll had been successfully returned to its original owner. He hoped so, imagining a child's joy at the unexpected reunion. He never expected to receive a response to his hidden message, understanding that the walls between the Fremen and the noble houses of the Imperium were high and rarely breached. Nevertheless, several months after the doll had been sent to Kartag, a water merchant brought him a small package. "From the off-worlders," the man said laconically, handing it over without ceremony. Inside was a square of fine fabric, clearly of imperial manufacture, on which had been carefully embroidered a response in the form of a poem. The script was formal, high imperial, but the sentiment behind it transcended language barriers. "Across the stars and sand, a treasure thought forever gone, returns with gentle care, new beauty sown upon. Though worlds apart we stay, and different paths we roam, kind hands have built a bridge through which understanding flows." Liet traced the elegant stitching with careful fingers, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No names had been exchanged, no direct connection established, yet something meaningful had passed between himself and an unknown child from beyond the stars. He carefully folded the fabric and placed it among his most valued possessions, a small collection of items that held special significance in his ongoing education about Arrakis and its relationship to the wider universe. Someday, perhaps, it would form part of a larger understanding between the desert people and the imperial worlds that for now remained distant and separate. As the moons of Arrakis rose over the dunes, casting their silver light across the endless sands, two children on opposite sides of an immense cultural divide slept peacefully, each holding a token of unexpected connection. A reminder that even across the greatest distances, kindness finds its way, like water flowing beneath the desert, unseen but life-giving. Our journey through the sands of Arrakis comes to a close. Now, you will hear the gentle crackling of fire and ambient sounds to accompany your sleep. These calming sounds will continue without interruption, creating a peaceful atmosphere as you drift deeper into rest. May the waters of your dreams flow freely tonight, and may you find the same peace that comes to those who wander the desert under Arrakis's twin moons. Sleep well, traveler, and may your mind find sanctuary in the stillness of the night. Good night, and dream of spice-scented winds carrying you to peaceful shores.